when the runaway noble became an adventurer. Volume 1 by Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue, the path the Marquis's second son chooses. The moon vanished behind the clouds, plunging the kingdom into a darkness where most of its people lay fast asleep. Through this gloom, a boy in a hooded cloak ran like the wind. He reached the capital's outer wall and immediately began to inspect the stone-paved ground beneath him. A moment later, a section of the stonework came loose, revealing a hole just large enough for a single person to pass through. It was one of the secret passages known only to the nobility. After replacing the stone lid, he lit the dark tunnel with a beginner's light spell and pressed on. When he finally crawled out of the passage and found himself beyond the city walls, he set off toward the sprawling plains. The hooded boy walked for a while before turning back. The moon reappeared from behind the clouds, its pale light bathing the royal capital in a soft glow. "Sorry, big brother. I know you'll probably worry, and I know I'm causing you trouble, but this is the last time." Beneath the hood, his lips tightened with a reluctance he couldn't quite shake, but he turned on his heel, put the capital behind him, and began to run. "If I run from now, I should reach Eilau by morning. I'll exchange the magic stones I've saved up, a real bed, and a hot meal can wait until I'm on the ship." His destination was a port town known as the Gateway to the capital. From there, he planned to cross to another continent, a place he had dreamed of ever since he learned of its existence. A place where my birth doesn't matter, where I can make something of myself with my own two hands. Just like the adventurers in the stories. The only witness to the boy's flight, to him casting everything aside, was the moon hanging in the night sky. Section. The Royal Academy of the Kingdom of Belga had stood for over a century. Its main hall now bustled with the murmurs of students, all of whom had gathered to gaze at the posted ranking sheets. Midterm final examination. 13th place, Selk Grantos. Total score, 367. Look at that. Oh, from the Grantos family. Well, the little brother's still the little brother, I guess. Compared to him, yeah. But his swordsmanship is amazing, isn't it? He's still only second place, though, right? I, Selk, let out a sigh as I looked at the posted exam results. I'd done my best, and my grades were some of the best in my year, but this is the best you can do again. I turned at the sound of the voice behind me. There stood a girl with an air of sharp intelligence, her red hair cascading down to her waist. It was Therja Blaja, daughter of Duke Blaja. "As my fiancé, you'd think you could at least surpass me in either swordsmanship or academics. Honestly," she said. "Yeah, I guess," I managed. My fiancé, Therja, went on, rattling off her complaints about me. As a duke's daughter, she was well within her rights to lecture the second son of a marquis. I couldn't talk back, so I just let her words wash over me with a sense of weary resignation. "And to think, your older brother is so brilliant." At those words, I unconsciously clenched my fist. I fought back the urge to yell at her, turning on my heel instead. "I acknowledge your efforts, but hey, wait." I ignored the voice calling after me, left the hall, and walked out of the academy. Section, Bador Grantos. He was the eldest son of the Marquis Grantos family and my older brother. He had graduated from the academy several years ago, having achieved the top scores in every subject: swordsmanship, magic, and academics. His brilliance was so overwhelming that he was lauded as the prodigy of the Belga kingdom, and he had even received marriage proposals from the royal family. I, on the other hand, had no such talent. No matter how hard I tried, no matter how many people taught me, I could never measure up to him. Bador would have learned this way faster. Brother would have understood this in a heartbeat. "You'll never be like Bador-sama. Why is it always you?" My parents, my teachers, everyone around me. They never stopped comparing me to my brilliant older brother. "What's wrong, Selk? Is there something you don't get?" But I was never jealous of him. "You're you, Selk, and I'm your big brother, so I've got to be a step ahead of you, or it wouldn't be cool, right?" What choice did they have? My brother was just that amazing. And for me, he was one of the few people who didn't just compare me to him. He was a kind, good brother who always watched over me and saw me. But that same brother was now busy preparing to inherit the title of Marquis, and I hadn't seen him in a long time. Even the letters we used to exchange when we couldn't meet had stopped. Back at home, it was my parents and the servants. At the academy, it was the teachers and the students. All of them were just people who compared me to my brother. How can anyone put up with this? I muttered the words to no one in particular as I walked. I was on my way to my usual detour, a habit I had fallen into long ago. Hylia. With a roar, I swung my sword. I hacked off the charging orc's arm, then, with a reverse stroke, drove the point of my blade into its throat. Gagaguo. The blade plunged in so deep it burst out the back of its skull. I kicked the orc hard in the stomach, and as it fell back from the force of the blow, its body dissolved into dust, leaving behind a blood-red stone, a magic stone. About time. I picked up the stone, sheathed my sword, and left the forest. This forest near the academy had monsters, though not many. It was managed by the school for practical combat classes, but I came here often without telling anyone, just to blow off steam. That felt a little better. If one of the academy instructors saw how I fought just now, they'd surely scold me for fighting like a brute, not a noble or a knight. But the swordsmanship they taught at the academy felt too restrictive. When no one was watching, I fought in a way that was easier for me. More importantly, when I was fighting, I didn't have time to think about the voices around me or my own lack of talent. I'd realized that fighting however I wanted cleared my head, lifting the usual sense of suffocation and frustration. And so I came to this forest almost every day. Right, maybe I'll skip school tomorrow. I was thinking about that as I left the forest just before sunset and headed home. When I opened the main door, a maid was there to greet me. "Welcome home, Master Selk. My apologies for troubling you when you must be tired, but the master has requested your presence in his study as soon as you returned." "I'm back, wait, the old man's here." My father, Marquis Darren Grantos, was supposed to be in our domain, handling the transition of power to my brother. He only ever came to this house when he had business in the capital. Usually, it was just me and the servants. Don't want to see him. My father was the ringleader of all the people who compared me to my brother. Bador had called him out on it before, which made him back off for a while, but it wasn't long before he was back to saying, "You should learn from your brother." My mood soured as I dragged my heavy feet toward the study. I knocked and a voice called, "Enter." I suppressed my feelings and stepped inside. "It's been a while, father. I didn't hear you were coming. Is it for work at the palace?" I directed my voice toward my father, who sat behind his desk, a deep frown etched between his brows. He was silent for a moment before turning his sharp gaze on me and opening his mouth. "I hear you've been returning late recently. What have you been doing?" He asked without so much as a greeting. I felt the frustration I had just vented begin to bubble up again, but I kept my face a mask of neutrality as I answered. "Personal training. I thought I should do what I can to catch up to Brother Bador." As I said this, my father's gaze remained fixed on me. "I heard from Latina," he said. "You've been going into the forest to fight monsters lately. That's what you call training." Latina was the maid who had greeted me earlier. She had been with our family for a long time, and when we were children, she had looked after both me and my brother. Now, she was essentially the head maid in charge of my care here. She noticed, and of all people, she had to tell my father. I clicked my tongue internally while trying to come up with a plausible excuse. "Yes, I thought I could gain more from a real battle than a mock one." "Don't be ridiculous." My father's shout echoed through the room, cutting me off before I could finish. He glared at me, his anger laid bare. "What if something were to happen to you? Have you any idea what you would do? For a child of a marquis to be killed by a monster in some random forest, can you imagine the disgrace? We would be a laughingstock, not only to the other nobles but to the commoners as well. And your fiancé's family, the Duke's house, would condemn us for trying to marry such a fool into their family. And even compared to Bador." His words pierced my chest like daggers. It was painfully clear that his concern wasn't for me, but for the family's reputation. My father's expression faltered for a second. He let out a breath and sat back down in his chair. "In any case, starting tomorrow, a carriage will be provided to take you to and from the academy. All detours, including going to the forest, are forbidden." "What? Wait a minute. I'm sorry I went without telling you. From now on, I won't go alone or anything. This is my final decision, and another thing." He cut me off flatly, leaving no room for argument. His intent was clear. This was not up for debate. Screw you. The rage boiling in my chest was too much to contain, and I screamed. I didn't give my father, who had been about to say something else, a second glance. I threw the door open and nearly collided with Latina, who must have been waiting right outside. I shot her a glare, and she flinched, her body trembling as her face filled with shock. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since I'd directed my anger at anyone like that. Damn it! I returned to my room, locked the door, and slammed my fist against the desk, taking out my frustration on it. But that didn't calm me down. I slammed my fist down again and again until a crack appeared in the wood, my breathing coming in ragged gasps. Even a little release, I'm not even allowed that. The words came out as a hoarse whisper. I stumbled over to the bed and collapsed onto it. I didn't realize it at first, but hot tears were tracing paths down my face. My mind drifted back to something that happened before I entered the academy, a conversation I had with my brother. Selk is Selk. I've worked so hard. I know you have. Being head of the Marquisate is something I'm doing because I want to. So you should do what you want to do, too, Selk. Even without any talent, I wanted to be like you, big brother. I tried so hard. It's not about what someone else tells you to do. It's about what you want to do, Selk. But I'm sorry. I know what an incredible hard worker you are, Selk. I know you never give up. You're the little brother I'm proud of. I can't keep trying here anymore. The feelings that had been festering in the depths of my heart for 15 years, the truth I had tried to ignore, were more than enough to finally break me. There's no one here, no one who actually sees me. I pushed myself up. I gathered the scattered paper and pen and began to write. To one person, I wrote as politely as I could. To the others, I wrote down everything I had wanted to say for so long, keeping it brief. Section. And with this, I'm done. I stamped the last of the documents, confirming my work was finished. Right on cue, the butler entered with tea. Thank you, I was just about to take a break. Of course, young master, you have earned it. The butler poured the tea with fluid, practiced movements. I took a sip and happened to glance out the window, toward the capital. Did father and Selk have a proper talk? Master Selk, you mean? I nodded at the butler's words and took another sip of tea as I briefly explained the situation. My father had gone to the capital to warn Selk to stop frequenting the monster-infested forest, while I had remained behind as the acting lord of the domain. In that, I believe the master is correct. Even if they are low class, monsters are still monsters. It is dangerous for him to face them alone. I think Selk would be fine, but I get what father is trying to say. The last few years had been quiet, and one could say we lived in an extremely peaceful era. There were no glaring conflicts between nations, nor were there any signs of cataclysmic events like the appearance of a demon lord or other mutated monsters. However, that didn't mean monster-related incidents had ceased entirely. In fact, here in our own Marquisate, we still experienced a fair number of them, with the frequency fluctuating from time to time. Still, I'm sure Selk is fine. More importantly, though, maybe I should have gone with him. My father and Selk's relationship was, to put it mildly, not good. And I knew that I was part of the reason for that. That was why I had wanted to accompany him, to mediate between them. But my father had forbidden it, saying that now was a crucial time for me as the next lord. Besides, once Selk's final exams were over, he would be on a long break. Last year, I hadn't been able to see him due to my own inspections of the domain and marriage arrangements, but things had calmed down a bit now. I had proposed that he come home for a visit. My father's main reason for going to the capital was to bring Selk back home. The warning about the forest was just an addendum, but for some reason, I had a bad feeling. Tap, tap. I noticed a light tapping sound at the window and saw a pigeon with a crest etched on it perched on the windowsill. I opened the window, and the pigeon settled into my palm, glowing with a faint light. When the light faded, the pigeon had transformed into a single letter. As I thought, it's message magic. The sender is. The message spell was a form of magic that delivered letters to a recipient. For those with a certain level of magical proficiency, using a carrier pigeon familiar like this was common. From Selk. The envelope was addressed to Big Brother, written in my younger brother's hand. I broke the seal and pulled out the letter inside. As I read, the bad feeling I had took the worst possible shape imaginable. To my brother. I don't know where to start, but first, I want to apologize for all the trouble I've caused you, and all the trouble I'm about to cause you. I've tried my best, I've trained as hard as I could, but in the end, I could never get results good enough for anyone but you to acknowledge. No matter how hard I try, I'm always compared to you and told this is the best I can do. I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand being seen only as your shadow. If I stay in the Grantos house, I know I'll just keep causing you trouble. So, before that happens, I've decided to leave this country. I know you'll worry, and I know you'll say it's not a bother at all. But I can't bear the thought of living my life as a burden to you, the one person I could ever truly open my heart to. You can just tell everyone I died or that I never existed in the first place. Handle it however you see fit. I know it's a lot to ask, but please forgive me for this last bit of trouble, this one last selfish act. I'm sorry for being a talentless brother. I'm sorry for being a selfish brother. And I'm truly sorry for being such a weak brother that I'd run away over something as small as not being acknowledged. Thank you for everything. Goodbye. Selk. By the time I finished reading, my hands were trembling. The concerned voice of my butler was what finally snapped me back to my senses. Get a carriage ready for the capital immediately. If anything happens, I'll contact you by message. Hurry. Understood. I gave the order to my butler and rushed back to my room to change and prepare. As I did, my mind raced, thoughts of Selk whirling in my head. How could I have been so blind? I didn't realize. I had no idea how much of a burden my own reputation had become to my brother. I didn't understand that he had no one around him he could trust, that he couldn't even open his heart to our own parents. I just assumed he'd be fine, a baseless assumption that left him all alone. What kind of prodigy am I? I don't even understand my own brother. I raced toward the capital, consumed by regret. But what awaited me at the royal capital estate were frantic servants and my father, clutching a letter, head in his hands. Section. My firstborn son, Bador, was a child blessed in every way imaginable. He possessed all the talents required of a nobleman. He grew into a man who understood his responsibilities and his place as a noble, utterly devoid of arrogance. He was the perfect child, the envy of all. Perhaps that was why I believed Selk, born 5 years after Bador at the cost of my wife's life, would also grow up to be just as perfect. Selk cried often, far more than Bador ever did. His wet nurse would say, "It is normal for children to cry this much," but I found him more troublesome than Bador and even began to resent him for it. The same was true of his abilities. I hired the same tutors for him as I had for Bador, but his performance was, at best, average. Only his swordsmanship showed promise, but not enough to ever take the top spot. Compared to Bador, he was mediocre. As he grew, he became less talkative and more sullen, and I found myself growing angry with him, wondering why he had to be this way. And yet, Bador and Selk were close. Whenever I called Selk a failure, Bador would frown, a rare sight, and defend him, saying, "He's trying his best." Looking back now, I think Selk only ever smiled when he was talking with Bador. But as soon as he noticed me or anyone else watching, he would revert to his usual sullen expression. Even if I didn't consciously realize it, I think that irritated me. Still, he met the minimum standards required of someone in the Marquis's house, so I thought that was good enough. Then came the report that Selk was killing monsters in the forest. It said he wasn't using the swordsmanship he was taught at the academy, but a brutal fighting style, like a barbarian. I thought I had failed in his education. Bador insisted that with Selk's skill, there was nothing to worry about, but I saw it differently. From the report's contents, I suspected Selk had awakened some sadistic streak. If word got out that such a person came from the Marquis Grantos family, it would become a scandal. If I told Bador that, he would surely get angry. So instead, I said that I would be worried if something were to happen, and that was enough to get him to agree. The idea of having Selk return home was also a convenient way to determine whether or not he had truly developed a sadistic hobby. When I finally met Selk after so long, he was as sullen as ever, unchanged from before he entered the academy. But when I questioned him, he started to make excuses about it being for training. Don't be ridiculous. If it was for training, why not seek instruction from the academy's teachers? Why resort to such a method instead of a proper one? Why did he fight so brutally instead of using the techniques he had been taught? And to fight alone at night when monsters are most active, that was a risk even seasoned adventurers would avoid. Before I knew it, I was shouting. I lost my temper and berated him one-sidedly. Just as I was about to say something comparing him to Bador, which I had been warned against, I stopped myself. But Selk just looked down, and I couldn't see his expression. I sat back down in my chair and forbade him from going to the forest. Selk panicked and tried to argue, but that only deepened my suspicions, so I brushed him aside and tried to bring up the matter of his returning home. Screw you. It was the loudest I had heard his voice since he was a small child. I was so taken aback by the clear anger from my usually expressionless son that I froze. By the time I came to my senses, Selk was already gone from the study. As a Marquis, I have experienced many situations, but to be so stunned by that display of rage and pressure, I finally began to think that perhaps I had mishandled the situation. Please watch over Selk too. I suddenly remembered the words my wife left me. I knew that tomorrow, once we both had a chance to cool down, I would have to apologize. The fault was partly mine, and if I did, we could talk again. With that in mind, I decided to rest for the day. Then morning came. As I was getting ready, the maid I had assigned to Selk's care came rushing into my room in a panic. Master Selk is gone. I went to wake him this morning, and his room was empty. When I went to Selk's room, the first thing I saw was an open window. I stepped inside and looked around, my eyes landing on a letter placed on a cracked desk. I've had enough. I can't stand being seen only as a shadow of my brother, being forced to live up to your ideals, and being told to meet your expectations when you won't even listen to what I have to say. My parents, the people in this house, the people at the academy, everyone but my brother refused to see me for who I am. I'm sorry I didn't have a talent like my brothers. I'm sorry I wasn't the ideal son. I will never show my face to you again, so you can just tell everyone I'm dead or that I never existed in the first place. Do as you please. Thank you so very much for teaching me the truth. That I have wasted 15 years of my life on a pointless endeavor. It was a letter from Selk, crystallizing all the feelings he had held toward us. After reading it, I finally understood that I had been wrong. If only I had gone to apologize as soon as Selk left the study. No, if only, from much, much earlier, I had looked at Selk himself, instead of comparing him to Bador. Once I realized that, I began to notice other things I had missed about Selk. As a young child, Selk had cried often, showing his emotions and making his selfish demands known. I thought he had stopped showing his emotions and making demands because he had grown up, but I was wrong. He had given up, despairing of us because he knew it was pointless. The reason Selk always wore a sullen expression was because, with the exception of one person, he had never opened his heart to anyone. With the letter in hand, I ordered my retainers to find Selk. Just as I finished giving the orders, while I was lost in regret over my past actions, Bador appeared, looking flustered. Bador showed me the letter from Selk. It was different from the one addressed to us. This one was filled with a sense of affection and guilt, proving from the bottom of his heart how much he adored his older brother. When did Selk leave the house? From the situation, it must have been in the middle of the night. There's no report of him leaving by the gate, so I've dispatched men to search the capital. No, if he left late last night, he's not in the capital anymore. Bador shook his head as he continued. He likely used a secret exit. A master of body enhancement magic like Selk could run all night to a nearby town, and if he were to go somewhere, it would be Ilau. How can you be so sure? It's what I would do if I were Selk. And if my guess is right, Selk is probably already on a ship by now. Then we're all ready. Even if we head to Ilau now, by the time we figure out which ship he took and where he was headed, Selk will be even farther away. His words hit me like a physical blow, leaving me weak. My mind was a chaotic mess of thoughts, but what weighed most heavily on my heart was the fact that I knew nothing about my own son. All I knew were his grades at the academy and what others thought of him. What he was capable of, what he was thinking, I didn't know a single thing. Father, I will take command from here. But, do you have any idea what Selk is thinking, Father? I couldn't say anything back to Bador. He looked at me with something akin to pity, then turned on his heel and left the room. What on earth had I been looking at all this time? If I had just thought a little, if I had just paid proper attention, I wouldn't have driven my own son to this point. I wouldn't have become a father so thoroughly despised. My failure was total. My eyes had been truly blind. After reading the letters in the mansion and seeing the state of my father, I scowled. Leaving my father behind, I left the mansion and headed toward the Blaja ducal estate, my mind racing. Assuming Selk is already on a ship, where would he go? What destination would Selk choose from among the ships departing from Eilau? I desperately racked my brain, searching for a clue among the days I had spent with Selk. And then I suddenly remembered something. Wait, that time before he entered the academy. This had happened back when Selk was still living at the manor in his family's domain. He'd been reading a book in the courtyard when I found him and struck up a conversation. With sparkling eyes, he'd launched into an explanation of the book's contents. It was a collection of tales about explorers and adventurers on the continent known as the Demon Realm, a land familiar even to the common folk. He was particularly taken with the stories of adventurers who spent their days battling monsters and conquering countless dungeons. If I hadn't been born a noble, could I have lived a life like this? If the sentiment behind those words he'd murmured so casually back, then still lingered in his heart. The Krangles Federation. Just as I arrived at that conclusion, the carriage came to a halt, signaling our arrival at the ducal manor. I had sent word ahead, so both the Duke and his daughter were present. After offering a brief apology for the sudden visit and exchanging greetings, I produced 2 letters from my breast pocket, the one Selk had written, and stated my business. Selk has vanished, leaving only these letters behind. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? Duke Bragia took the letters and read them, his brow twitching ever so slightly. He then handed them to his daughter, Lady Therja, who was seated beside him. Her father's silent pressure was unmistakable, and Lady Therja quickly scanned the pages. As she read, her face grew pale. "No," she whispered, her body trembling. "That wasn't what I meant at all. Lady Therja, we will of course conduct our own investigation, but I would like to hear it from you first. Tell me, how exactly was Selk treated at the academy?" As I made it implicitly clear that any attempt to deceive me would be futile. A trembling Lady Therja recounted Selk's circumstances at the academy. I listened to the entire story, suppressing the rage that welled up inside me before turning to the Duke with a bitter expression. "You've been so very kind to my little brother, haven't you, Duke Bragia? I was unaware, and for that, I apologize on my daughter's behalf. As a token of that apology, would you allow us to assist in the search for your brother? I appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid it will be difficult. While this is, for now, merely a guess without any hard evidence, Selk is likely headed for the Krangles Federation." "The Krangles Federation? You mean that neutral state?" The Duke's expression immediately soured. The reason lay in the unique nature of Krangles. The Krangles Federation is a nation on the continent of Grusio, once called the Demon Realm, run through the cooperation of various organizations like the Adventurers, Merchants, and Artisans Guilds. It has declared itself a completely neutral state that, aside from the import and export of commercial goods, will not accept any political interference or intervention from any other nation. Bring no conflict, bring no strife. If you are not a fool sustained by the masses, then you will honor at least this simple promise. Centuries ago, a nation that attempted to subjugate the Krangles Federation was politically and economically ruined. The words and legends left behind from that time are still spoken of and feared today. That was precisely why Selk would head there. To conduct an overt search for him in Krangles would risk being seen as political interference, severely limiting our options. Any official channels would take even more time, making it nearly impossible to catch up to Selk on that vast continent. Therefore, your assistance is unnecessary. The procedures for operating within Krangles are not so troublesome as to require the Duke's house to intervene. I collected the letters and rose from my seat. Then I made the proposal I had been considering as my fallback from the very beginning. "However, if you do wish to offer aid, then I would ask the Duke's house to search the neighboring Maldria Empire. There is always the possibility that my guess is wrong, after all." "Understood, I will begin at once." The Duke agreed, and I gave a nod before bowing my head. Up to this point, my response had been that of the heir to House Grantos. Now, allow me to speak as Selk's older brother. Shedding my aristocratic mask, I let a sliver of emotion show through, something I had never once revealed before. The Duke and his daughter both flinched, their backs straightening at the raw anger in my voice. "How dare you drive my brother to this point? If anything at all, should happen to Selk, be prepared for the consequences." I spat out the sliver of rage I'd allowed myself and left the room. Out of the manor and back in the carriage, I began to contemplate my next move. HMPH. Easy for me to say. The search, of course, would proceed. Even in Krangles, putting out a missing person notice should be possible so long as no political motives are involved. In parallel, I had to make my own moves to ensure I could act freely. But if Selk is truly trying to find what he wants to do, then half of what I was about to do would be for naught. Still, I couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Doing nothing was not an option. When was the last time I felt this, impatient? And yet, I had no intention of stopping my advance. Section. He's really gone and done it now. Duke Bragia clutched his head, his face a mask of bitterness. Hearing him, Derja flinched. It was one thing to find out the little whelp had the nerve to just up and leave the country, but to think things between you two had gotten this twisted. I am so sorry. Enough of that. Dealing with Bador is the priority now. At the Duke's words, Derja tilted her head in confusion. Surely, finding Selk should come first. Seeing her expression, the Duke's face remained grim as he spoke. That man is a monster. A monster. A nation cannot be built by one person alone. That is why we have nobles to unite the people, and royalty to unite the nobles. But he possesses the talent and ability to unite a nation all by himself. Is he truly that incredible? It is precisely why the royal family married their daughter to him. Do you truly believe they would have wed a princess into a marquis's house otherwise, passing over the prime minister or the head of the magic research division? Come to think of it, she thought, that made sense. In terms of the system, there was no issue with a marriage between the royal and a marquis's family. But even if he was exceptional, considering the political value of a royal daughter, marrying her off to another country or a higher-ranking noble would be the norm. The fact that they married her to Bador meant the royal family had judged him to be of a value rivaling their own. Realizing this, she couldn't help but agree. And we have now bought the wrath of that monster. Her breath grew ragged at his words, threatening to send her into hyperventilation. The sheer gravity of what she had done was finally sinking in. Any clumsy attempt on our part will only give him an excuse to bring us down. To be forgiven, we must not only search for the boy, but do so with the utmost sincerity. The Duke sighed and looked up at the ceiling. Those who, like him, correctly recognized Bador's talent would act at once. But Bador would show no mercy to those who did not. Just as the Duke predicted, in less than a year, the entire power structure of the Belga kingdom would be redrawn by the hand of a single man. Chapter 1, The Wielders of Jet Black and Crimson, the Grucio continent. This land, governed by the Krangles Federation, was once called the Demon Realm and shunned, for it teemed with more dungeons and monsters than any other land. But over long years, the frontier was pushed back. The trade of high-quality magic stones and items found in dungeon explorations, along with the fearless souls known as adventurers, has now transformed this place into the foremost frontier for those seeking to make their fortune with nothing but their own two hands. In one of the many dungeons on the Grucio continent, a battle to the death was unfolding, unseen by the world. Bumuo, a monster standing 3 meters tall, with a brawny, muscular body and the head of a bull, a minotaur, swung down its massive battle axe. The descending blade threatened to pulverize the youth it was aimed at, but he dodged backward by a hair's breadth and tightened his grip on the short sword and hand axe in his hands. The youth continued to evade the sweeping battle axe. Then, the instant the minotaur raised its axe again, he closed the distance, slipped between its legs as if sliding, and slashed its ankle on his way through. As the minotaur fell to its knees, the youth wasted no time, plunging his short sword deep into its massive back. Then, in a single, fluid motion, he used the sword's hilt as a foothold to vault up, grabbed the minotaur's horn, and swung his axe with his free hand. With his other hand, he pulled a knife free from a hook and belt on the head of his axe and drove it into the beast's eye socket. Galia! The minotaur let out a scream of agony. It thrashed about, trying to shake the youth off, tossing its battle axe aside to bring its hands to its head. Just before its hand could grab him, the youth wrenched his axe free, slid down its back, and pulled out his short sword to disengage. Facing the minotaur as it writhed in pain, the youth clacked his short sword and hand axe together, creating a sharp sound. The blinded minotaur, hearing the noise, realized it came from the one it was fighting. It roared, its pain buried under a wave of murderous rage. The Minotaur slammed its log-like arms against the ground, its huge body leaping into the air as it swung its arm down toward the youth. A shattering boom echoed through the dungeon. The youth, having dodged the blow by a paper-thin margin, felt a phosphorescent gleam of magic emanate from the short sword in his right hand. Then, with a motion like drawing a bowstring, he swung the short sword, slicing through the Minotaur's wrist. Though its stance was broken, the Minotaur swung its remaining arm, ignoring the pain. But at the same moment, a hand axe came flying through the air and embedded itself in the back of that hand. Later, the youth ducked into the opening, created, as the Minotaur recoiled from the force of the thrown axe. Gripping his short sword with both hands, he swung it in a flash of magical phosphorescence. The Minotaur's head bounced several times as it rolled across the ground, its form eventually crumbling away and transforming into a magic stone. The youth collected the stone and his weapons, then left the dungeon. Section. So this dungeon was an emergent one after all, huh? Yeah. The boss was just a Minotaur, and there were never more than 3 monsters at a time on the way. I think it'll vanish if the bronze rank adventurers cull them periodically. At the Adventurers Guild in Wakria, a city known as the front line of the Grusio continent's development, I reported the results of my commissioned investigation. The receptionist nodded as she jotted down the details of my report. Then this completes the request. You were a great help. It's hard to find people willing to take on these small-scale dungeon surveys. Well, most adventurers are probably heading for the large-scale dungeons. Small dungeons can be made to disappear by periodically killing the monsters inside, which dissolves the accumulated magic. But the medium to large dungeons that have existed since ancient times almost never disappear. Moreover, they often contain unique materials and high-performance magic tools and weapons. If you're going to risk your life, you might as well go for a bigger return. It's a thought any adventurer would have. Except for oddballs like me, that is. Well then, I'm off. Yes, thank you for your continued service, Berkson. I stepped out of the guild's entrance. Looking up at the sky, which would soon be swallowed by dusk, I found myself thinking back to that day. Has it really been 2 years already? It had been 2 years since I threw everything away and ran. For 2 years, I had cast aside the name Selk Grantos, second son of a marquis, and lived as Burke, a bronze-ranked adventurer. Life as an adventurer on the Grusio continent was a struggle. There were few requests I could take, so I spent my days going into dungeons, killing monsters for their magic stones, and slowly learning the ropes while wandering from place to place across the continent, always worried my family might be on my tail. I started carrying multiple weapons after learning that a single sword left me helpless if it broke. After I injured my dominant arm once, I was saved by another adventurer, and since then I've trained to fight with my left arm as well. I experimented with different weapons and fighting styles, and eventually settled on a short sword and a hand axe. And so, as I drifted from dungeon to dungeon, fighting monsters day after day, the years just flew by before I even realized it. I've come a long way. It was a life of constant hardship. I'd nearly lost my life more times than I could count. But to be able to fight as I pleased, for as long as I pleased, without anyone to reprimand me, to be judged on my own merits, I loved this life. I guess I just wasn't cut out to be a noble. Simple as that. As I headed to my inn with a self-deprecating smile, I never could have imagined that the life I had now would soon be changing. Section. A nomination request. When I stopped by the Adventurers Guild as usual, the receptionist told me the guild master was calling for me. I was led to the back, and after a brief greeting, those were the first words out of his mouth. Yes, you know of the mid-tier dungeon, the Twilight Sword Tomb, don't you? You mean the underground cavern-type dungeon in the next town over, the one that spawns skeletons and zombies. Indeed. You're well informed. The guild master, his face etched with wrinkles, nodded with a gentle smile. He was a veteran warrior who had once been a high-ranking, silver-class adventurer himself. About that dungeon, the number of monsters appearing there has drastically increased as of late. We've been managing by posting requests for adventurers, but to get to the root of the cause, I believe we need to investigate the lowest floor. A precursor to a monster stampede. I understand, but wouldn't silver-ranked adventurers be better suited for that? The timing is poor. The other silver parties are all out. Fortunately, The silver-ranked Garen of the White Wall and a provisional party of bronze ranks are on their way, but I'd like you to follow them and conduct an investigation." The guild master gave a slightly troubled smile as he explained why he wanted to send me. Garen is an adventurer who primarily handles caravan escorts and the like. He is, of course, quite skilled, and his provisional party is made up of other talented individuals, but they're all heavily skewed toward combat roles. That is why I decided to send you, since you have been doing dungeon surveys. I nodded in understanding. To be honest, the only reason I took on leftover dungeon survey requests was because I could fight without anyone getting in my way, and I didn't have to worry about what others thought. But there was no need to mention that. Understood. Should I head to the Sword Tomb immediately? That would be a great help. And while this isn't exactly an advance on your reward, upon successful completion of this request, I intend to recommend you for promotion to Silver rank. To Silver rank, adventurer ranks start from the bottom with wood, stone, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. My current rank, bronze, would be considered mid-tier, and promotion from bronze to silver is no simple matter. Adventurers of silver rank and above are expected to carry the image of all adventurers, not just their own strength and ability. For that reason, their character is secretly vetted as well. You can't entrust a mission that could affect public opinion to a violent brute. I'd heard that the promotion to silver rank was particularly strict for that reason. Your work has been excellent, especially for one so young. What an adventurer needs is not lineage or pedigree, but their own skill and character. And I believe you are worthy of being silver-ranked. I couldn't help but turn my face away from the guild master's praise. The only person who'd ever praised me so directly was my older brother, and it felt embarrassing. I will do my best to meet your expectations. I bowed my head and left the room. As I walked, I finally processed the fact that someone had been watching what I'd been doing all this time, and a smile crept onto my face. After Burke left the room, the guild master took a sheet of paper from his desk drawer. It was a wanted poster for a missing person. On the paper was the person's name, the date they disappeared, and a sketch of their face. An adventurer needs neither lineage nor pedigree. There is no lie in those words. The guild master murmured this to himself as he thought of the young man who had just left the room. The atmosphere was different, but his face was a dead ringer for the one on the poster. Therefore, as long as you remain an adventurer, I will treat you as one. Selk Grantos, no Burke. Section: Dungeons of medium size and larger tend to have distinct characteristics. The Twilight Sword Tomb was known for its tomb-like atmosphere and the ancient script carved on each floor. Floors 1 to 3 were the land where the Nameless became the foundation, where skeletons and ghouls roamed. Floors 4 to 5, the hill where the holy were despised, were where higher-tier, armed skeletons and the like would attack. Floor 6, the plaza where the returning soldiers were executed, was home to high-tier monsters like bone golems and zombie chimeras. And the final floor, which contained only the boss room, was the sword tomb to quell the regretful dead. Normally, the monster appearance rate wasn't high, and it wasn't a particularly dangerous dungeon up to the 5th floor, but enchant. Fire. I enchanted my weapon with fire magic and slashed at a charging zombie chimera as I slipped past it. Its rotten leg was severed, and as it tumbled defenselessly to the ground, I brought my hand axe down and lopped off its head. This is still only the 5th floor. I confirmed that the zombie chimera had turned into a magic stone and pressed onward. The fact that monsters from a lower floor were coming up to a higher one was a very serious sign. Descending to the 6th floor, the air felt heavier. Still, thanks to the party that had gone ahead, the number of monsters I encountered was less than expected. Using my enchanted weapon as a torch, I made my way forward until I heard the sounds of battle from up ahead. Passing through a corridor and into a wide-open area, I saw what I assumed was the party I'd heard about, fighting a skeleton clad in armor, swinging a greatsword. A skull general? Did the dungeon boss come all the way up here? A swordsman and a spearman were fighting, covering a heavily wounded heavy warrior and a mage behind them, but both of them were being pushed back, clearly exhausted. I judged that there was no time for observation and leaped in from behind, only for the skull general to sense me and swing its greatsword as it turned. Wind step. I kicked off the air with wind magic to evade the greatsword. Twisting my body in midair, I plunged the short sword in my right hand into its skull. Gah! As the skull general staggered, I landed, used the opening to flow enhancement and enchantment magic into my hand axe, and slammed it into the back of its knee, a weak point in the armor. A metallic clang echoed as its leg was blown off. As the off-balance skull general fell, I drove my hand axe into the elbow of the arm still holding the greatsword, then gripped the short sword still lodged in its skull and poured magic into it. Go to sleep. I ripped the skull apart with the short sword, then gripped it with both hands, channeled my magic, and with all my might, swung it down into the creature's chest. I drove the blade down, piercing right through its armor. Gah! The skull general's arm fell limply to the ground as its body crumbled away, turning into a magic stone. When I turned around, the swordsman and spearman who had been fighting it just moments before were staring at me, dumbfounded. You Garen's party. Ah, why yeah, hooray you. The name's Burke, sent from Wakria. Give me the situation. All right, we have to call for help quick. The person who stayed behind to cover us is gonna die. The swordsman, flustered, quickly recounted what had happened. Apparently, Garen's party, though surprised by the higher-than-expected number of monsters, had proceeded smoothly and defeated the skull general in the boss room on the lowest floor. It seemed the provisional party of a silver rank and other skilled bronze ranks had defeated the skull general without much trouble. But just as they were about to investigate the cause of the surge, an immense amount of magic and darkness erupted from a sword-shaped object in the back of the room, and several black-armored monsters they'd never seen before appeared. They had engaged them immediately, but Garen was mortally wounded by a particularly imposing, leader-class monster. On the verge of being surrounded, one of the swordsmen volunteered to cover their retreat, allowing them to escape. That was how they had ended up being attacked by the skull general from before, which is when I arrived. I get the situation. You guys get out of here and call for reinforcements. I pushed my healing potions on them, then downed a mana potion and a stamina potion of my own, tossing the empty bottles aside as I regripped my weapons. I'll go rescue the rearguard. Section. Within that dungeon, countless regrets lay dormant, sunken with magic. They fixated on the living who stood before the graves, and their thoughts took flight. They fought for their faith, but their faith was not rewarded. They fought for a great cause, but were condemned as murderers. The pride they swore upon their swords was trampled by those without pride. Even having fallen into the murky depths of darkness, this regret would not fade. This feeling, now one with their souls, would never decay. The thoughts of the trampled simply festered like dregs, mixed, and became a chaotic swamp. And at last, the moment they had longed for arrived. Now is the time to crawl out from the swamp of regret, to clad themselves in chaotic souls and stand upon the earth once more. We are the faithful. We were saints who died for our cause, and knights who offered loyalty to our master. We were crusaders who fought for a just cause, and therefore, we will take back what was stolen from us. Section. Hylia. I swung the longsword I had cherished for years in a wide arc. 3 monsters that looked like soldiers in black armor were cleaved in 2, their bodies dissolving as if melting into water. That makes 8 of them. I readied my sword and stared deeper into the chamber. There, as if being protected by the black soldiers, stood a monster in armor larger and more imposing than the others. It stood there like a general. Too strong for a living male, but different from a Dullahan, too, screw it, I'll just call it a boss male. A cold sweat ran down my back. Its form and the pressure it exuded were unlike any monster in my memory. This was, without a doubt, the most dangerous foe he had ever faced, but that fact was also proof that this monster just might be the one he was searching for. If I can defeat that thing, then I too can. So it was worth volunteering to hold the rear, I thought. As I steeled myself to engage, the boss male swung its arm. The soldiers around it dissolved into nothing, and it drew the sword from its hip, leveling the point at him before taking a stance. Ha! What was that? There was no time to ponder the meaning of its unexpected action. The boss male closed the distance with a speed unimaginable for its size and brought its sword down in an overhead swing. Heavy. Though taken by surprise, I managed to block the descending sword, but it didn't end there. The sheer force behind it drove me back, and a sharp flash of steel came at me again. Sparks flew each time I blocked. A chill ran down my spine as a flurry of strikes assailed me from every angle without pause. I understood with a gut-wrenching certainty that if I misjudged even once, if my reaction was even a fraction of a second too slow, that blade would instantly reap my life. You bastard, blazing edge. Imbuing his long sword with fire magic, I met the incoming blade. I deflected the sword, creating an opening, and in that instant, I put all my strength into a counterattack aimed at its torso. What? The ground beneath me turned into a swamp, and my footing vanished. A black hand parried my off-balance strike, and another slammed into my side. Its mailed fist smashed into my solar plexus. Then, countless swords erupted from the black swamp at my feet and descended upon me. By that I was sent flying, and as I rolled across the ground, I had the strangely calm thought that if it weren't for my now-trashed armor, I'd be dead. Damn it. This must have been the same magic that had taken down Garen. I'd realized it was happening, but by then it was already too late. Now that I'd experienced it firsthand, I understood. Wounds deep, can't put any strength into it. The clang of armored feet approached. I looked up to see the helmet, its visor hiding nothing but darkness, looking down at me. The boss male raised its sword. The moment I saw the tip pointed at me, I understood that it was coming for my heart next. My life flashed before my eyes. Ah, so this is what they call seeing your life flash before your eyes. As death loomed, what came to mind in my final moments was, sorry, I couldn't keep our promise. I murmured the words and closed my eyes. In the instant, I gave up on everything. A small axe flew in from the side, striking the boss male's sword with a sharp clang and sending it off course. A wind blew through the chamber. Someone had stepped between me and the boss male. The newcomer swung a short sword, and the boss male retreated a great distance. Just made it in time, huh? The man who had just appeared caught the axe as it fell and turned to look at me. Section, that was close. I propped up the swordsman, who had been holding the rear, and stuck his short sword into the ground beside him. Then, aiming my hand axe at the monster that was likely the cause of this whole mess, I pushed a potion into the swordsman's mouth. GLK, Mpa. Hey, you know what that thing is? No idea. We're just calling it a boss male. It uses mud and some kind of sword magic. Good enough. I'll take it from here. I stood to face the boss male, now wielding my short sword again. It raised its own sword, its tip pointed at me. Then it closed the distance in an instant and swung down. I crossed my hand axe and short sword to block the blow. Why would a monster perform a duelist salute? Pointing a sword at one's opponent and assuming that stance was a dueling formality from an older era of knights. It was still practiced in mock battles and tournaments in countries that had knightly orders. The question was shoved to the back of my mind as the sword pressed down on me. I let my magic surge, strengthening my body and weapons, and threw it back in one burst. Whatever it is, I accept. I swung my hand axe in a reverse grip. The monster parried it with its sword, but I immediately slashed upwards with my short sword. It caught my hand axe on its crossguard and moved its sword to block the short sword as well. This is no ordinary sword and no ordinary swordsman. Without giving it a moment to breathe, I launched into a fierce onslaught. But the boss male met every blow with its sword, deflecting and parrying each of my attacks with unnerving precision. At a glance, it looked like I was on the offensive, but in reality, I was just being worn down. The moment I tired, I would be cut down. Then how about this? Follow wind. I chanted, wrapping my body in wind. The boss male grew warier at the hint of magic, but I ignored it and thrust my short sword forward. It tried to parry as it had before, but the wind I'd summoned altered the blade's trajectory, and my sword stabbed into its gut. Not yet. I quickly withdrew my short sword and slammed my wind-accelerated hand axe into it. I kept up the assault, using the wind to accelerate and decelerate, mixing in feints to land blow after blow. Suddenly, I felt my feet sink. The mud had come up to my ankles, and my movement stopped. The boss male swung its sword in a wide, horizontal arc. I used wind step to leap out of the mud, kicking off the air itself to evade the blade, and planted a wind-wreathed foot on its helmet. The force of the kick sent the boss male staggering back several steps, but it immediately righted its posture and readied its sword. Tough, but I'm getting through. This was the fighting style I had arrived at as an adventurer. My older brother could use high-level magic in every element, but no matter how hard I tried, I could only ever manage mid-level spells. And even then, their power and effect were pathetic compared to his. So, instead of trying to increase the power of my magic, I focused purely on its activation speed and stability. I honed it to a fine point, using it to exclusively strengthen and support myself, turning my own advantages into a weapon. This was my way of fighting, a way I never would have found had I remained in that stifling world. Raha! I swung my wind-wreathed hand axe down. But the boss male parried it with its sword and immediately came at me with a slash. I blocked with my short sword, but the sheer weight of the blow forced me to jump back, rolling to disperse the impact. As I got back up, the boss male advanced on me slowly, its sword still at the ready. It stopped trying to attack recklessly and is aiming to run me out of mana, and despite all the hits I've landed, its movements haven't slowed at all. Looking closely, I could see its wounds, though small, were closing up bit by bit. If it could regenerate over time, a battle of attrition would be a losing fight for me. My last potion was the one I gave him. Guess I'll bet it all on the next exchange. Sheathing my short sword, I gripped my hand axe with both hands. We slowly, deliberately closed the distance. One more step and I'd be in its range. With the difference in reach between its sword and my hand axe, it held the advantage if I tried to step in. The standoff, which felt like an eternity, ended when the boss male raised its sword for an overhead strike. Then, after a single beat, it stepped forward and brought the blade down. There. I swung my hand axe as if to meet the descending sword head-on. But the moment the sword made contact with the inner part of my axe blade, I twisted my entire body, rotating the axe to wrap around the sword, disarm it, and send it flying. With its torso now wide open, I put everything into a wind and fire-enchanted swing and smashed my hand axe into it. A deafening roar echoed through the chamber, so loud I thought my eardrums would burst. My vision was filled with the sight of my hand axe buried deep in its gut. The moment I wrenched it free from the armor, the ground beneath my feet turned into a black swamp, and a multitude of swords shot out. What? I used the wind to retreat, but I still had to parry a blade aimed at my throat with my hand axe. The force of the blow wasn't completely negated, and I was sent flying. A crack had appeared in the blade of my hand axe. The boss male took one of the swords from its surroundings into its hand. This one was a greatsword, with a blade nearly twice as wide as the last and as long as I was tall. It swung it with one arm. A hole in your gut isn't enough to kill you, huh? It must have switched to the greatsword so I couldn't disarm it again. There was no way I could parry a blade that massive, and with my hand axe cracked, it was even more out of the question. The boss male raised its greatsword and came straight at me. I immediately dodged to the side, and the wind pressure from the passing blade sent a cold sweat down my back. The greatsword swung again. Its previous sword was sharp and fast. This one was heavy and huge. I could dodge it, but I knew that if I tried to block, the sheer force would shatter my defense and me along with it. But black mud was leaking from the hole in its abdomen, a torrent of it. So that last hit wasn't completely ignored. It showed no sign of using magic, and its movements had become more linear. That said, my hand axe was at its limit. I'd used most of my mana, and I was exhausted. My opponent was wounded, but its attacks had only grown more ferocious, and it showed no signs of slowing down. Haha. But my legs could still move, and my fingers still had strength. My mind was clear as a bell. A smile spread across my face as my entire being screamed that I could still fight. I put away my hand axe and took my short sword in both hands. The boss male mirrored me, readying its weapon, and a moment later, we both moved at once. I dodged the greatsword that threatened to cleave the sky, aimed for its gut, and slashed, but it blocked with its gauntlet. I leaped back to avoid the ensuing kick. It came at me with an overhead swing, and I stepped into it, parrying the blow before it could gain its full, devastating momentum. Haha, you're strong. My mind sharpened to a razor's edge as I parried and dodged the storm of blows. Unnecessary thoughts were stripped away, and my thinking accelerated. I weaved through the dance of deadly blades, bringing every weapon and technique I possessed to bear. Faster, stronger, more, I wreathed myself in wind and slashed at the boss male's right wrist. Its joints healed faster than the rest of it, but that also meant they were more fragile. The instant the boss male swung its greatsword horizontally, I dropped into a crouch so low I was practically crawling on the ground. As the blade passed over me, I used every muscle in my body to spring up and slash. My blow, aimed at a gap in the armor, severed its left arm at the elbow. The boss male let out a sound that might have been a roar and tackled me, sending me flying. I righted myself as I landed just as it swung its greatsword again with its one remaining arm. Gah! I met the flat of the greatsword with my shortsword from below, deflecting its trajectory upwards. The impact shattered my blade, sending fragments scattering across the ground. The boss male raised its greatsword high for an overhead strike. I was still in the same posture from the parry that had destroyed my sword, leaving me defenseless as it brought its blade down for the finishing blow. This is it. An instant before the greatsword descended, I drew my handaxe with my left hand and slammed it against my own right wrist. I felt the handle shatter as I followed through, and the broken blade flew off, smashing into the boss male's right wrist at the same time. Both the boss male's hand and its greatsword went flying into the air. Wind step. I used every last bit of wind magic to leap into the air, grab the greatsword, and pour all my remaining mana into strengthening my body. I swung the impossibly heavy greatsword down. This is the end. A deafening clang echoed as the greatsword split the ground. Before me stood the boss male, cleaved vertically in two. Impressive. Just as I thought I heard a voice in my head, the boss male's form crumbled into black sand. But then the sand, as if with a will of its own, rushed towards me. I braced myself, wondering if it wasn't over yet, but the sand simply gathered on the greatsword in my hands. The situation, as if I were shrouded in black smoke, didn't last long. When the smoke cleared, the greatsword I held had become a jet-black shortsword and handaxe. Chaos Crusader. As I murmured the words that echoed in my head, I felt something flow through my entire body, and my consciousness began to fade. My vision grew dim. I'd used up every last drop of my magic, and the thread of tension that had kept me going had snapped. The end had probably come for me, I thought, as if it were someone else's problem. Just before I lost consciousness, I thought I heard someone call my name. Section, I awoke to a white ceiling filling my vision. The scent of chemicals told me I was in a clinic. As I sat up in bed, I realized I was holding something in both hands. In my hands were the jet-black shortsword and handaxe I'd acquired just before losing consciousness. I wondered if it was all a hazy dream or why I was still holding them as I slept. As I pondered this, the door opened and a man who looked like a doctor came in. "Ah, you're awake. You've been asleep for a full day. Do you feel any abnormalities in your body?" "No, no problems in particular." "Ah, about those weapons. We couldn't get them off you, so we had to treat you as you were. For a moment, I thought they might be cursed, but I could let go of them just fine. I must have just been gripping them that tightly. After a checkup confirmed I had no issues, I took a carriage back to Wakria. Normally, it would be faster to run with body enhancement, but since I was still recovering, I decided to take it easy. Section, a monster we've never seen before, the only explanation is a mutation, but for a boss monster, that's an extremely rare case. The guild master murmured, arms crossed in thought. I had been worried my wild report wouldn't be believed, but it seemed my fears were unfounded. Do boss mutations even happen? Well, monster mutations in general, especially a boss, might happen once every few decades, so there is precedent. Of course, we'll consider other possibilities, but a mutation is the most plausible explanation for now. At that point, the conversation was cut short as the guild master's gaze fell upon the two weapons on the desk, the jet-black shortsword and handaxe, and these are the weapons you got from defeating the boss. The guild master slowly reached out a hand, but the moment he was about to touch them, something like black electricity crackled from the weapons and repelled his hand. "Are you all right?" "Yes, but to think a rare drop actually exists." "A rare drop." I repeated the unfamiliar term, and he, sensing my confusion, explained. When a monster is defeated, it turns into a magic stone, correct. When it turns into a weapon or an item instead, we call that a rare drop. To be honest, I'd never seen one myself and thought it was the stuff of fairy tales until I heard your report. "What should I do with these?" "You should keep them." As a rule, anything obtained in a dungeon, aside from the quest objective, belongs to the adventurer who found it. Besides, since only you can touch them, it would be meaningless for us to buy them. I was told to keep them and fasten them to my belt. Strangely, the weapons felt familiar in my hands. Assuming this is a rare drop, what kind of items are they? That's where I'm at a loss. I always thought rare drops were just the stuff of legends, so I don't have any detailed information. Which brings me to. With that, he took out a sheet of paper and handed it to me. It was a request form. When I looked at the request's title, it read Rare Drop Investigation. I want you to investigate the details of those weapons. Their performance, of course, but also the conditions under which a rare drop occurs, and what kind of monster creates them. But I don't know anything myself. Even so, you're the first adventurer in our guild to obtain a rare drop. And it's not like you have to investigate it actively. Just report anything you notice. You don't need to stress about it too much. If it was just a matter of reporting anything I noticed on the side, then it should be fine. Understood, I'll take it. Thank you, and also this. The guild master took out a small tray from a drawer. On it was a silver, shining adventurer's tag. In light of your achievements and future potential, your promotion has been approved. From now on, strive to be an example for all adventurers. Engraved on the tag was my name as an adventurer. Section. After finishing the various procedures, I went to leave the Adventurers Guild. Thinking back on the incredibly intense few days I'd had, I wondered what I should do tomorrow as I headed for the exit. Just as I reached for the door, it opened from the other side, and a familiar-looking swordsman came in. I was so focused on the situation back then I didn't realize, but she's a woman. Up close, I could see she was beautiful. She had a shapely figure clad in a swordsman's gear and golden hair that flowed down to her waist. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw my face. I found you. I knew you'd be in this city. She closed the distance in an instant. Grabbing both my hands, she exclaimed, "Hey, can you show me your weapons?" It seemed the girl I had saved was a bit of an oddball. Section. Sorry, I got carried away. We moved to a different location to talk, and by the time we did, she had calmed down and apologized. We ended up at a tavern with partitioned seats often used for party meetings and negotiations, sitting across from each other at a table. First, my thanks and introduction. I'm Arya. Thank you so much for saving me back there. Burke, you're welcome, I guess. Ahaha, anyway, I know this is a bold request for someone who just saved my life, but could you show me your weapons? I'll ask just in case, but why? Isn't the fact that it's a rare drop reason enough? I saw what happened back there, you know. It seemed the voice I heard just before I lost consciousness was Arya's. If that was the case, trying to hide it would be useless, and it's not like she could steal them, so I figured showing her would be fine. I placed the short sword on the table. Arya stared at it intently and slowly reached out a finger. But just as she was about to touch it, black electricity sparked and repelled her. Ow, so it really is no good. Awa, and this was my big chance. A chance? I finally met a monster that creates a rare drop, but I wasn't strong enough to beat it. And I left home to become an adventurer just so I could get a rare drop. With that, Arya slumped onto the table. But a moment later, she looked up, her expression one of newfound resolve. Hey, will you help me get a rare drop? What? I really want to get a rare drop, but I'm not strong enough on my own yet, so I want to borrow your strength, the strength that defeated that monster. A powerful fire burned in Arya's eyes. I didn't know her reasons, but I could tell she was serious. Still, what's the reward? As an adventurer, I couldn't risk my life for free. To fight a monster of that level again, I would need a suitable reward. Right, if I get a rare drop, I'll do anything, as an advance payment. How about I provide you with all the information I know about rare drops? Information? Didn't you hear a voice when you got it? I raised my eyebrows ever so slightly. Wondering if she was bluffing, I remained silent for a moment. Arya seemed to take that as confirmation. That voice is the voice of the monster you defeated and of the weapon itself. Rare drops have something like a strong ego or will, like a person. The voice of the weapon. And another feature of rare drops is that only their owner can wield them. But actually, some are okay with being held by others. Yours seems to be quite fussy, though. Where did you get this information? Even the guild master didn't know the details, but Arya spoke as if she had seen it all before. I'll tell you if you accept my request. To make you believe me, I'll have to tell you things I don't want to, so make your choice. Will you dismiss my words as nonsense and be done with it, or will you take me up on my offer? What to do? I had a feeling Arya wasn't lying, but she also seemed to be carrying some troublesome baggage. Accepting would mean getting involved in something messy. My peaceful life as an adventurer might be ruined. That was the feeling I got, but lend me your strength, huh? I couldn't lie to the feeling welling up from the bottom of my heart. All right, I'll help you. Really, you won't take it back later. I give you my word. Hearing my reply, Arya's face bloomed into a smile like a flower, and she made a small fist pump. I wanted to watch her a little longer, but that wasn't an option. So, are you going to talk? Yup, we're partners in this now, in it together for the long haul, so I'll tell you everything. She said this and removed an ornament from the guard of her longsword. Underneath it was a carving of a lion and a sword, the crest of a certain country that I recognized with disbelief. My name is Alceria Lish Maldria, third princess of the Maldria Empire. Though I abandoned my right of succession when I left home, she added with a laugh, revealing the shocking truth. A princess. My voice sounded dumb even to myself at this unexpected revelation. Arya gave a mischievous smile and nodded. Yep, I ran away from home about a year ago, so now I'm just Arya. Why did you reveal that much? To make it easier for you to believe what I'm about to say. Do you know the legend of Maldria's Crimson Lion? The story of the founding warrior emperor, the first Maldria. It was a story I'd studied, because a former fiancé of mine had ties to the Maldria family. The tale of a young boy, accompanied by a crimson lion, who pacified a land torn apart by warring kingdoms, and who would later become Emperor Maldria. This is a story passed down within the imperial family, but the crimson lion that accompanied Emperor Maldria was a rare drop. We call them imperial arms. Why? It was called the Crimson Beast Roaring Sword, Justilian. The Maldria family has been researching it, gathering information from records of that time. Their findings concluded that monsters with great power and intelligence and will on par with humans have a high probability of becoming weapons when they acknowledge the one who defeated them. And you just proved that to be true, right in front of me. Now that she mentioned it, there were some things that fit. That monster, Chaos Crusader, had a clear will of its own. Its insistence on a one-on-one duel, despite being able to summon multiple monsters, and its refusal to use magic until I did. My impression of it during the fight was that of a knight who sought to walk the path of righteousness. So, the results of a nation's research and analysis, I can certainly trust that. Right, but is it really okay to reveal this? No matter how you look at it, this seems like information that qualifies as a state secret. Well, there's the fact that I want you to trust me, and you don't seem like the type to go blabbing about it. Also, it wouldn't be fair if I was the only one who knew your true identity, right? What? It was quite the topic of conversation, you know? The internal reforms in the Belga kingdom, all because of the disappearance of Selk Grantos, the prodigy who touched the gesh of the godchild. The sheer amount of information she just dropped nearly made my mind go blank, but I quickly regained my composure. Why do you think I'm Selk? There were many things I wanted to ask, but first, I needed to know how Arya had seen through my identity. My appearance was different from back then. I'd cut my long black hair short, and my clothes were plain, with only partial armor and weapons. Objectively, I didn't look like a nobleman's son, and it was unthinkable that one would be an adventurer on the frontier. Well, when you disappeared, a wanted poster reached Maldria. I saw it when I snuck out of the castle and went to town. Arya spoke of sneaking out of the castle, as if it were a daily routine. You remember a wanted poster from 2 years ago that well. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. It was the shock of what happened afterward that was so great. She paused before continuing. Your name and face became pretty famous as the trigger for it all. What happened? In the Belga kingdom, teachers and other related parties at the academy were exposed for corruption and either lost their positions or were reassigned. Some of them were nobles in key positions, and if something like that happened, the administration should have been thrown into chaos. But Bador Grantos handled it all without a hitch. I couldn't help but hold my breath at her words. I knew my brother was capable of that much, but I never imagined he would do something like that after I left home. Because of all that, you left a strong impression on me. And the wanted poster was a pretty good likeness. I see. Ah, well, anyway, what with all that, I just thought we might get along. It's not often you meet another runaway, you know. Arya, sensing the heavy atmosphere, tried to brighten the mood. She called over a waiter, ordered 2 mugs of ale, and handed one to me when it arrived. Let's have a drink, to the formation of our party and to getting a rare drop. You're right. There were things to think about, things to consider, but that could wait. My mind was too cluttered with the sheer density of the information I'd just received to think straight. Well then, cheers. Cheers. We clinked our mugs together, and I took a long drink. For now, I'll worry about it tomorrow, I thought, enjoying my first drink in a long time. The next morning, I woke up to a naked Arya sleeping in the same bed. Section. I screwed up. Seeing Arya sleeping soundly beside me, the drunkenness from last night vanished in an instant. It had been a while since I'd had that much to drink, and I'd forgotten about my bad habit. About a year ago, a senior adventurer had invited me for a drink at a tavern attached to a brothel. After my senior quickly picked a partner, I was left to drink alone, lost track of how much I'd had, and ended up betting 4 prostitutes. Fortunately or unfortunately, I'm the type who remembers everything even when I'm drunk. The next morning, when I sobered up, the brothel owner gave me a wry smile and said, "You're quite the young buck," as I paid the fee. The senior adventurer, on the other hand, was taken aback and said, "Are you a monster?" Since then, I'd only had a single drink to help me sleep and had never drunk enough to get drunk. But yesterday, I had completely overdone it. To lay hands on an imperial princess, of all people, the only way to take responsibility would be the death penalty. As I was clutching my head, Arya started to wake up, rubbing her eyes. She turned to look at me with a defenseless expression and then froze. Arya, realizing who I was, turned red up to her ears and pulled the sheet up to hide her skin as she looked at me again. "Gee, good morning." Her cheeks flushed with shame, she looked so different from the day before, like a girl her age. Section. Wow, I didn't expect my first time to be like this. I'm sorry. We left the inn and sat facing each other in a corner of the tavern attached to the Adventurers Guild. Arya, seemingly having come to terms with the situation, was back to her usual self and spoke with a smile. "You're quite the beast, Burke. You were so rough, my body still aches a little." As an advance on my reward, I suppose this is fine, but what will you do? Is this really okay? You're special, Burke. But you did take my virginity, so you better make it up to me, you hear. All right, I'll do it. If Arya was okay with it, then so be it. All things considered, it was a good outcome that I didn't have to lose my head over this. So, about the main topic, what's our plan from here? Right, for now, we'll take on requests while gathering information on monsters that are likely to become rare drops. Just as I tried to switch gears and start planning, a sensation-like information flowing into my head occurred. And I heard that voice again. To the east, the Cave of Fire. What's wrong? Just a second. I took a map of the surrounding area from my bag and spread it on the table. On the map, where I had marked the locations of towns and dungeons, I traced my finger eastward from our current location, Wakria. This is it. My finger stopped on one of the dungeons. Arya peeked over my shoulder at where I was pointing and read the dungeon's name aloud. The Crater of Lustful Fire? I think that was a volcano dungeon, one step shy of large-scale, right? Yeah, there's a monster that will become a rare drop in there. How do you know? This guy told me. I lightly tapped the weapon at my hip. Arya seemed to understand, nodding in confirmation before continuing. First, let's gather information on the dungeon and prepare. Have you been there before? I have, but it was a long time ago, so it'd be faster to buy new gear. Want to go shopping now? Sounds good. Today and tomorrow, we'll prepare and decide how to approach the dungeon. And so, Arya and I planned our dungeon crawl based on the information we gathered, and went shopping for necessary supplies, but the same inn. That's right. And the same room as you. What? We stayed together last night, didn't we? Well, yeah, but don't be like that. I paid my share for the room last night, and I'll pay for my own from now on. Besides, Arya cut herself off, pulled me close, and whispered in my ear. I had my own dreams about my first time, you know. Her voice and words were just too sweet. You said you'd make it up to me, right? I don't want my first time to be just some drunken fumble. So tonight, you'll do it right, okay. I didn't have the willpower to resist. Section, he fell asleep. I poked Burke's cheek with my finger as he slept beside me. Looking at him like this, I realized again that despite his sharp eyes, he had rather handsome features. And his body was perfectly toned, stripped of all unnecessary fat, with only the essential muscles. Touching him felt pleasant, a mixture of supple flexibility and hardness. I thought you were just a rough berserker, but you can be gentle too. I thought fondly of Burke and his past. I wondered again why someone like him would abandon his past to choose the dangerous path of an adventurer. I knew of his older brother, Bador. To reshape the power structure of the Belga kingdom while still in his 20s, it was no wonder he was called a monster for his talent and ability. In contrast, Burke's reputation had been that of a mediocre person, but I couldn't believe it. His fighting sense, honed through his own methods, was enough to be called monstrous in its own right. Any knightly order in my country would kill to have you. As I whispered this, I suddenly remembered something. I'd heard that the Belga kingdom's combat was so focused on magic that martial arts were only taught in earnest to those who joined a knightly order or a similar post after graduating from the academy. I had always privately thought that the martial arts taught to students in the Belga kingdom were too formal and not suited for actual combat. Burke's talent couldn't have flourished in that rigid system. He probably wasn't valued, was he? I thought, touching his hair, which was harder than my own. I was lucky that Burke had left his country and that I had met him. To be honest, I hadn't planned on going this far, but in the end, I was glad I could give myself to Burke, who I was starting to like, rather than to some stranger I didn't even love. Nice to meet you again, Burke. I whispered softly and fell asleep myself. Section. The crater of lustful fire was a volcano that had turned into a dungeon. It was structured so that one ascended from the inside towards the crater, and the monsters and environment grew harsher the higher one climbed. Even so, adventurers were drawn deeper and deeper, mesmerized by the beauty of the gems found within this dungeon. Like young people swept up in passion. The first floor, the path of longing for reunion, we advanced, wiping sweat from our brows. It's so hot, Arya murmured, fanning her chest. Even wearing light armor that only protected vital areas, the heat of the dungeon was grueling. We just got in, but this heat is definitely tough. Should I use one? Yeah, no point in holding back and getting ourselves killed. I took a magic tool out of my bag and gripped it. When I channeled magic into it, a cool air enveloped our bodies. Wow, this is amazing when you actually use it. You could be a magic tool craftsman, you know. I can only inscribe the formula onto the magic stone. I didn't have time to learn anything more. That alone is incredible, though. The item I just used was a disposable magic tool I had made using a magic stone. While a proper craftsman could create a semi-permanent one with a better effect, my skills were limited to making disposable versions that weren't powerful enough for combat. I made a bunch, but I don't know if they'll be enough. Let's hurry as much as we can. Right, we need to test that out too, Arya said, glancing at the weapons at my hip. I nodded, and as we moved forward, several salamanders and a fire elemental blocked our path. Can I leave the salamanders to you? Yes, I'll finish them quickly. We drew our weapons and rushed forward. As I headed for the 3 fire elementals, they launched fireballs as if to keep me in check. I slashed through the fireballs and, with a leap, slammed my hand axe into the shoulder of one, knocking it to the ground. I plunged my short sword into its head, and its body dissipated, turning into a magic stone. The other 2 elementals tried to sandwich me, unleashing flames. I rolled to dodge and turned to face them as they closed in for another pincer attack. Just have to deal with one of them. The moment I readied my weapons, a voice flowed into my head again. It was only for an instant, but I immediately acted on it. I slipped through the flames and got between the 2 elementals. Then, I brought the pommels of my hand axe and short sword together, and in an instant, they reformed into a single halberd in my hands. I spun on the spot, swinging the halberd. The elementals were torn apart by the blade that had become like black wind, and they dissipated, turning into magic stones on the ground. I looked over at Arya and saw that she had finished off the salamanders. She collected the magic stones and waved as she approached me. Amazing! I've never seen an ability that can freely change a weapon's shape before. It's more like, well, I don't have proof yet. With a thought, the halberd reverted to a hand axe and a short sword. It seemed I could change it into other forms, but I would have to test that from now on. You have good skills, I knew that. I came this far with just a single sword. The only monster I couldn't beat was that one. I see. Should we try coordinating next? Yeah, I'd like to test how well we can work together, even if it's just on the fly. We talked as we pushed deeper into the dungeon. And so, while confirming each other's strengths, we headed for the being that surely waited at the very end. Section. We passed through the floors engraved with the ravine of anguish in separation and the chasm of tearful trysts, and finally reached the top floor, the crater where the undying threw themselves. In the center of the circular basin was a crater that radiated intense heat and light. As we walked toward it, a dragon nearly 6 meters in size burst out with a powerful leap. It's a fire drake, be careful. Yeah, you too. We drew our weapons and split up. The fire drake flapped its wings, and I threw my hand axe at its head just as it was about to unleash its breath on Arya. My aim was true, and the axe hit its mark, delaying the breath attack. In that opening, Arya accelerated with body enhancement, leaped, and slashed one of its wings. The fire drake let out a roar and landed, spewing its breath wildly. I slipped past the flames and closed the distance, changing my short sword into a long sword and swinging it. Even as the blade cut deep into its leg, the fire drake swung its tail. I immediately jumped back, using the longsword as a shield to block the tail, but the log-like blow sent me flying. Oof! I rolled across the ground, changing the longsword back again. The fire drake was about to unleash its breath again, but Arya approached from behind and cut its tail clean off at the midsection. To be able to cut through dragon scales and bone. The fire drake turned and swung its sharp claws at Arya, but she dodged it with fluid movements and continued to land slashes while parrying its relentless attacks. I pushed my admiration aside and changed my weapon into a bow and arrow. I drew the string, and an arrow of jet black, imbued with my magic, shot forth and pierced the fire drake's eye. The instant it cried out in agony, Arya swung her longsword in a reverse diagonal slash, cutting off its other arm. Then, with the momentum, she spun her body and decapitated the fire drake. We collected the magic stone and walked towards the crater. Arya peeked into it, but immediately pulled her head back from the overwhelming heat. Should we go back? It's a bit scary to think about doing this all over again. Just kidding, there's no way I'd waste the chance we finally got. Her eyes, filled with strong resolve, met mine. I gave a small laugh at my foolish question and turned back to the crater. Then let's go. I wreathed myself and Arya in wind and leaped into the crater. Arya followed, and we fell into the fiery depths. Even through my eyelids, I could feel the light of the flames. The heat pierced through the wind I had summoned, stinging my skin. But my body and clothes didn't catch fire, and after a moment, I felt myself break through the light and heat. I opened my eyes and released the wind downwards. The wind killed our falling speed, allowing us to land gently on the ground. Looking around, we were in a large, circular chamber. Lava flowed like a moat along the walls, which were studded with colorful gems and ores. Ha 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 ha, I did not expect anyone to make it this far. We tensed at the sudden voice. Turning towards its source, we saw a space with a lavish, throne-like chair. Upon it, flames began to rise, slowly taking shape. Still, you are honored guests. It is only fitting that I name myself. It was the figure of a voluptuous woman. She had a rare beauty and an ample chest, which contrasted with her slender waist and long, shapely legs. A combination that would surely be considered attractive by anyone, man or woman. But the tips of her crimson hair, which flickered like flames, and the wings on her back told the story that she was not human. I am Ruskdite. Well done, reaching my side, humans. The monster calling herself Ruskdite looked at us with a bewitching smile. If I look closely, is that of yours not one of my brethren? Ruskdite pointed to the weapon I held, the Chaos Crusader. Brethren, are you a companion of this one? A non-human who has gained free will. In that sense, we are brethren, but companions we are not. I had sensed its awakening, but to think it would already be serving a human. Ruskdite's gaze, as if sizing me up, lingered on me. She let out a sensual sigh and elegantly recrossed her legs. Well, my interest in you is endless, but that can wait. My business, it seems, is with the lass over there. With a sharp-nailed fingertip, she pointed to Arya beside me. Arya, steeling her resolve, stepped forward and asked her question. A powerful monster becomes a weapon. What we call a rare drop is what we want. Ruskdite, can you become a weapon? Oh. At Arya's question, Ruskdite traced her finger along her lips, looking at Arya. Then slowly, she opened her mouth to speak. To answer your question, it is possible, but I will not become your weapon. Why? It is a simple matter. Why must I serve one who is weaker than I? Ruskdite answered dismissively and pointed at Arya. For one such as I, who possesses free will, to become a weapon is synonymous with pledging my heartfelt loyalty. I will praise you for making it this far, but that is a separate matter, however. If you can overcome the trial I present, I will consider it. A trial. That is right. The two of you must overcome the trial I present. At that time, it would not be out of the question for you, lass, to take me in hand. Arya turned her face to me. I gave a nod in response, and Arya turned back to Ruskdite and spoke. I understand. We accept this trial of yours. Ha ha ha, your spirit is good. Then come Balrog. Ruskdite stood and snapped her fingers. A pillar of fire erupted from beneath my feet. Arya and I jumped back to avoid it, but something shot out from within and came at me. I blocked it with my handaxe and found it was a flaming whip. The whip wrapped around my handaxe and ascended with the pillar of fire, dragging me along with it, back up into the crater. Section, Burke. I cried out as I watched Burke being pulled upwards. I immediately turned to face the one who had caused this, and Ruskdite, with a flap of her flaming wings, landed nearby. Do not be so hasty. Whether that one can be saved or not depends on you. So this is the trial. Indeed. The time limit is until he is killed. Before that happens, you must make me submit or prove yourself worthy of me. HMPH. I drew my longsword and took a stance. I channeled magic into my blade and body and lunged at her. Ruskdite blocked my sword with her own claws. Then, she created a flame in her free hand and unleashed it. I immediately jumped back to avoid the flames. Ruskdite brought her claws to her lips and, with a bewitching light in her eyes, looked up. I like valiant men. Men who can stir my passions and arouse me. In that regard, your mate was good, but my brethren has already taken him. And so, she captured me with her gaze once more. If you wish to possess me, then you must arouse me no less than he does. The wings on its back blazed fiercely. Section. I was once again ascending the crater, back to the room on the top floor. I was thrown free of the whip, but I righted myself in midair and landed on my feet. My opponent was a monster the size of a fire drake. It looked like a bipedal lion, but with a burning mane, horns, and the wings of a bat. In its hands, it held a flaming sword and whip. A Balrog never seen one before. It was a powerful demon of flame, an entity that even veteran adventurers would avoid fighting. I had never heard any reports of one appearing in this dungeon. I changed my Chaos Crusader into a halberd and took a stance. While remaining wary of the Balrog, I kept my eyes on the crater. Arya. Section. Halia. In a single breath, I closed the distance and swung my longsword. My series of strikes, aimed at Ruskdite's neck, chest, and abdomen, were all blocked by her claws, which had spread and lengthened like a fan. Your speed and weight are not bad, but it is not enough. Sparks flew as my longsword was deflected, and a slash from her claws came at me. Ka! The impact of the 5 claws, blocked by my longsword, traveled through the blade. The continuous onslaught of her claws made me realize that if I failed to block even once, I would be torn to shreds in an instant. Ha! Ho! I parried her claws and slashed back. Ruskdite flew into the air, scattering sparks and somersaulted, her raptor-like legs and claws lashing out. I blocked with my longsword, but unable to kill the impact, I was sent flying backward. I immediately readied myself, but Ruskdite, still ascending, created a fireball above her head. Burned to ashes. The fireball, filled with immense heat, fell. It struck the center of the room, and the resulting explosion of flames spread to engulf the entire chamber. Is that all you've got? Just as the flames in the room were about to die down, I burst out and slashed at Ruskdite, but she blocked my attack with her crossed claws. As I was repelled, I tried to follow up with blazing edge, and the force of the flames from my longsword sent Ruskdite falling to the ground, but she immediately righted herself and looked at me. I see. You negated my flames with that technique just before you were burned. a fine display of judgment and action for a split-second decision. Ruskdite murmured this and held up the claws of her right hand. Flames gathered on them, releasing an immense heat. HMPH. I used this technique to make even a Balrog submit. This is the end. With those words, Ruskdite unleashed a sword-hand strike with her flaming claws. Kuh! The clash of my flaming blade and her claws sent me flying back as the difference in our raw power became apparent. Just as I managed to right myself and stand up, I found myself surrounded by hundreds of feather-shaped flames. Your skill with the sword is not bad. Your spirit, to fight on without fear even when you understand the difference in our power, is admirable, but it is not enough to arouse me, who is the flame of passion. With a snap of her fingers, the surrounding flame feathers all shot towards me. The approaching flame seemed to move in slow motion. Like the time I was almost killed by the Chaos Crusader, my life flashed before my eyes. No. I gripped my longsword and poured my magic into it. The magic I channeled became a spell, and my blade was once again wreathed in flame. I won't anymore. The heat generated by the spell coursed through my entire body. I let my rising body temperature and heated blood take over and moved. I won't give up. I ran, swinging my longsword. I cut through the approaching flame feathers, but those I couldn't extinguish seared my limbs. I ignored the pain and broke through. I will keep my promise. The magic I had poured into my longsword burned the hand that held it. Still, I tightened my grip even further and kicked off the ground. Ruskdite's eyes widened at my white-hot blade. I swung it down, and she crossed her red-hot claws to block it. Heh! MMPH, The white-hot longsword bit into Ruskdite's claws, and the moment it cut them down, the spell on my sword and body was released. The recoil from the blow, which I had literally put my all into, mercilessly racked my body, and I felt my consciousness about to slip away. No, not yet. I barely managed to hold onto consciousness through the pain, but my body wouldn't move. I thought I would collapse to the ground, but I was instead embraced by something soft and enveloped in a pleasant warmth. My, it is not for a lady to wound her own skin. I realized I was being held in Ruskdite's arms. I tried to pull away, but my body had no strength. A warm light then enveloped me, and my wounds began to heal bit by bit. To think you would sever my claws. I prided myself on them being far stronger and sharper than any human sword. But it wasn't enough. She released me from her embrace and I stepped back. My wounds were healed, but my stamina and magic hadn't returned, and I felt like I could collapse at any moment. Yes, to conclude, I cannot serve you. But it is also a fact that I was aroused. I looked up at her words. Ruskdite was looking at me with a bewitching smile. Your resolve to burn yourself to ashes to achieve your goal, the light of will that shone in your eyes, it was enough to make me wet myself. Wet. Therefore, while I cannot serve you yet, how about we make a contract? A contract? That is right. You will grant my wish, and in return I will become your weapon. Not a relationship of master and servant, but an equal partnership where we use each other. Is that not a bad deal? I carefully considered Ruskdite's proposal. After a moment, I realized I was missing a crucial piece of information and asked, what are the conditions? Yes, there are 3 conditions. First, you yourself must become stronger. So strong that I will one day acknowledge you as worthy of serving, even without a contract. Ruskdite folded down one of the 3 fingers she had held up. Second, your spirit will break if I decide that what excited me has been crushed, then the contract will end, so don't give in. She said, folding down the 2nd finger. Then, with a genuinely amused smile, she stated the final condition. And the last is, Section, I understand, I will make a contract with you. A fine answer. Then shall we call back the other one soon? That's right. Burke. Ruskdite's words reminded me that Burke was fighting the Balrog. Just then, something massive fell from the hole in the ceiling. It hit the ground with a tremendous crash, shaking the entire chamber. What had fallen was a great sword of jet black, nearly 3 meters long, buried deep in the Balrog's head, and it was clear that this had been the blow that had ended the demon's life. A young man landed on the Balrog's corpse. He gripped the hilt, and the greatsword instantly shrank to a normal-sized sword in his hand. Sorry, took me a little while. I was taken aback by Burke, who had just descended from the corpse of the crumbling Balrog, when Ruskdite suddenly burst out laughing. Qhahaha, To think you would not only survive a battle with a Balrog, but defeat it. When was the last time my heart danced so? Ruscdite laughed for a while before turning back to me. Her expression was now bright and cheerful, different from before. Come to think of it, I am to be your contractor, yet I do not know your name. What is it? Alceria, for now just Arya. I see then once more Arya. From this day forward, in accordance with our contract, I shall become your blade. As Ruscdite spoke, her form once again became flames and burned brightly. The flames converged, transforming into a single longsword. It was a beautiful sword that captivated all who saw it. The blade, as if carved and polished from a ruby, was edged with gold, and the guard, modeled after wings, was so dazzling that no word but brilliant could describe it. As if guided, I reached for the hilt of the longsword. When I gripped it and held it high, the blade glowed with a crimson light. I am Ruscdite, born from the flames of passion. From now on, you will arouse me and entertain me well. Yes, from now on, my partner. Tears naturally fell as I finally obtained the power I had sought. Section. You got it, I see. Arya, holding the longsword, gave a start and wiped her eyes before turning to me. Yeah, now I just have to learn how to use it, right? Yes, but for now, I'd like to say let's go back. I looked up at the crater in the ceiling. I wondered if we had enough magic power to ascend. Rest assured, I shall send you. Just as those words were spoken, the ground beneath our feet began to glow. When I realized what was happening, the scenery had changed, and we were near the dungeon entrance. Teleportation. Yes, within this dungeon, I too have a certain degree of freedom. Here, as a souvenir, take these with you. I looked down and saw a large amount of gems and ores that must have been from that room. It was clear at a glance that they were all of high quality. Humans seem to find value in such things, do they not? I brought them along with the teleport. I'm starting to think you're an amazing being I've made a contract with. Well, for now, let's go back to town. We collected the gems and ores and left the dungeon. For now, I was glad that Arya's request had been fulfilled. Section. We took a day to get back to town, and as I was writing a report for the guild in our inn room, the door opened. Arya, having just finished her bath, came in. Welcome back, want to talk for a bit? Yeah, I don't mind, but... I put down my pen and turned to face her. Arya, sitting on the bed, patted the space next to her. I sat down beside her as prompted, and had to fight to keep my attention from her flushed skin. So, what's up? I thought I should tell you, since you lent me your strength, the reason why I wanted to get a rare drop. Arya said, and began to speak in bits and pieces. I had a friend named Serena who was with me ever since I was 5. But on the day of my 10th birthday's baptism, we were separated. The day of the baptism, the Rana's Orthodox Church. The Rana's Orthodox Church is a religion practiced on the Hume continent, where the Belga Kingdom and the Maldria Empire are located. The headquarters, the Rana's theocracy, is a small, landlocked country, but its followers are spread throughout the continent, giving it power comparable to that of a major nation. But the baptism is just a matter of being sprinkled with blessed water, isn't it? What happened? A staff appeared before Serena after she was baptized. A holy staff that was supposed to be kept under strict guard by the Rana's Orthodox Church. Don't tell me. Serena was chosen to be the saint who was thought to have vanished. The Rana's Orthodox Church has items called holy relics. One is a holy sword and shield passed down to the leader of the Orthodox Knights. The other is a holy staff that a saint, who was said to have once banished a great darkness and saved the people, had wielded. But the holy staff had been unusable for several hundred years, ever since its owner passed away. The appearance of a saint after several centuries must have caused quite a stir at the time. I hadn't been interested enough to pay much attention, but to think it was Arya's friend. So what happened then? Of course it caused a stir, but the problem came after. The Rana's theocracy demanded that the Maldria Empire hand over Serena. They even hinted at using force if we didn't comply, and we were on the brink of war with them. Something like that happened. I didn't want to be separated from Serena, and I knew that the upper echelons of the Rana's Orthodox Church, with a few exceptions, were corrupt. I didn't want to send Serena to a place like that. Arya looked down. Considering that the saint was now the symbol of the Rana's Orthodox Church, it was clear that her wish hadn't been granted. Serena was a smart girl, so she knew that if she didn't go, there would be a war. When I tried to stop her, we got into a fight and she told me, "Don't say such selfish things when you can't do anything about it." Tears welled up in Arya's eyes. The drops fell onto her clothes, leaving dark spots. I couldn't forgive myself for being so weak that I made Serena say that. I was so frustrated that I didn't have the power to protect her. I couldn't find any words to say. It would be cruel to expect a 10-year-old Arya to have that kind of power. So I promised her when we parted that I would definitely get stronger and come for her, that I would wait for her, even if I had to kidnap her. So that's why you sought a rare drop. Yeah. So I wanted to thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Burke, I wouldn't be alive right now, and I wouldn't have been able to borrow Rusktite's power. What are you going to do now? First, I'll go back to Maldria, and then head for the Rana's theocracy. I'll figure out what to do when I get there, Arya said, leaning against me. Then she took my hand and pressed it to her chest. But I can't drag you into this any further. Her eyes, which held a hint of loneliness, looked up at me as she clung to me. So this is my thanks. Right now, all I have is my body. I silenced Arya with a kiss, not letting her say any more. Section. The next morning, Burke was gone when I woke up. Even though we'd only been together for a few days, I felt lonely. But I accepted that it couldn't be helped. Of course, what I was about to do was tantamount to picking a fight with a whole country by myself. No sane person would get involved. I got ready, fastened Rusktite and my longsword to my waist, and left the inn. As I was walking down the street, Rusktite spoke to me. "What? You are not asking your mate to come with you?" "He's not my mate. I just made a request to him to help me get stronger." "Then you should make another request." "And have you forgotten the conditions I set?" "It's not like I'm asking him to die for me, and the conditions didn't say it had to be Burke." "Well, that is true, but it would be difficult to find a man as fine as him." As we were talking, we arrived at the city gate. It was early in the morning, so there were few people around. For a moment, I thought of Burke and everything that had happened since I came to this city. I had stopped in my tracks, but then I started to move my legs again, about to step through the gate. "There you are." The voice I had just been thinking of called out to me from behind. Section WHY. It's going to be a long trip, so I went to buy supplies and report to the guild and all that. I stood before Arya, gesturing to the item bag on my back. She looked at me with eyes full of disbelief. "Are you planning on coming with me?" "That's the idea. Do you understand? I'm about to go to war with a country. No matter how strong you are, you could be captured and executed, and the holy relic might be a match for our rare drops." "I do." "Then why? There's no reason for you to come to a battle with no chance of winning." Arya's words echoed. I could feel her desire not to drag me into this, and I was convinced that the answer I had come to was not wrong. "Yes, what you say is right." "Then, but it can't be helped. I've grown fond of you." Arya stared at me, dumbfounded. I ignored her expression and gave her my answer. "I might regret fighting, but if I let you go alone right now, I know I'll regret it for sure. So I'll bet on the possibility that I might not regret it later." "What kind of reason is that? You're gonna get involved in this huge mess just because you feel a little attached to me. You're nuts. Like, I'm not as smart as my brother. I tend to follow my heart instead of my head. That's not just not smart, that's just plain stupid. An idiot trying to help a friend take on an entire country seems like a pretty good match for you, don't you think?" Arya looked down, and a single hot tear traced a path down her cheek. "If you say it like that, I'm gonna end up relying on you." Section, "Ha, isn't that wonderful?" Rusktite's voice chimed in. "Just as I thought, you're the only one fit to be Arya's mate. I'm quite pleased. We could avoid me having to obtain the essence of some dullard." "What are you talking about?" As a condition for lending Arya my power, I gave her several terms, one of which was to obtain a male's essence through intercourse. "Why that?" "I am the flame of lust, after all. I enjoy the essence of strong males, as well as the act of coupling itself. Besides, I assumed you would be Arya's mate, so I saw no issue with it." I glanced over at Arya, who turned away, her ears bright red. "In any case, I wanted your essence from the start. Your body is quite special, you see." "Special me? What do you mean?" "Your body's magical power output is low in proportion to the amount you possess. The magic that isn't released naturally reinforces your body. That is the source of your exceptional physical prowess and stamina." So that's what it was. Ever since I was a kid, I'd been stronger than others, and veteran adventurers used to call me relentless. So that was the reason. Well, you have much to look forward to. From now on, Arya and I will wring every last drop of essence from you, so be prepared. H. Ruskdite. Oh, it's quite all right. You two are a pair after all. It is only natural that you should have sex. As for the techniques to pleasure a man, I shall teach you myself. Her sultry voice filled the space between us. We were about to make an enemy of the Rana's theocracy, and yet a strangely intimate mood hung in the air. Section. Meanwhile, in the Belga kingdom, Bador now held a position in the royal castle, serving as an advisor to the king, the prime minister, and the various ministers. Lord Bador, a letter has arrived for you. A butler knocked and entered the office where Bador was reviewing and signing documents. Thank you, Bador said, accepting the letter. It was from the Adventurers Guild in the Krangles Federation. He quickly broke the seal. The letter was a report on his younger brother, Selk, now going by the name Burke. After Selk had left the country, Bador had commissioned the guild to investigate any newly registered adventurers matching his description and report their findings to him. Adventurers were sometimes scouted or hired exclusively by nations or noble houses. To facilitate this, interested parties could apply to the Adventurers Guild to obtain a certain amount of information. The Krangles Federation prided itself on its political neutrality, but even they would comply with a formal request made through the proper channels. After all, information on an adventurer's quest history and success rate was a critical factor for potential clients. The guild understood that being evasive on that front would damage their credibility. Thus, basic information, an adventurer's name, rank, and quest history, was disclosed. From there, it was up to the individuals involved to make contact and negotiate a contract. Promoted to silver rank, I'd heard that takes 5 years at the earliest, truly impressive, Selk. The letter stated that Selk had defeated a mutated boss monster, saved the party that had originally accepted the quest, and been promoted to silver rank in recognition of his service. A faint smile touched Bador's lips. His younger brother was not only surviving the harsh environment of the Grusio continent, but growing stronger and gaining recognition. His worries had not vanished, but he felt a sense of pride that his brother was forging his own path. I should let father and the others know, things are starting to settle down here. Perhaps it's time I return to our domain. Yes, that might be for the best. Although Bador had inherited the title of Marquis, his father, Darren, was currently managing their domain in his stead. His father had been despondent ever since the day Selk left, but he had volunteered for the duty, saying, "Let me at least do what I can. Allow me to handle any news that might come." And Bador was quite certain. He wasn't imagining the faint air of relief that came over his father whenever he shared news of Selk's safety. Speaking of running away, it has been a year since 3rd Princess Alceria went missing, hasn't it? The disappearance of Alceria, the youngest of the 3 princesses of the neighboring Maldria Empire, had caused a considerable stir. She had left only a short note behind. "I am going to find the lion. Please revoke my royal privileges and status." That was all it said. The lion was a special animal in Maldria, so it was likely some kind of metaphor, but no one had been able to ascertain its true meaning. The last sighting placed her heading for the Grusio continent. I wonder if she might have crossed paths with Selk as an adventurer. He couldn't help but chuckle at the outlandish thought. The odds of them meeting on the vast Grusio continent were astronomical. Bador put the letter away and turned his eyes to another report. His brow furrowed. An increase in monster-related damages and suspicious individuals making contact with the nobility, is it? The increase in monster attacks was minor, but it was an increase nonetheless. The anxiety among the populace was slowly growing, as were the requests for adventurers. The individuals contacting the nobles were apparently merchants. According to the reporting party, they were suggesting a military buildup as a means to reduce the monster damage. They had already approached numerous noble houses. Most had refused, but it was possible some were engaging in secret talks. Is this problem limited to our country, I wonder? There was no concrete evidence, no discernible connection, and yet a sense of unease slithered up his spine. A month later, a report from Maldria arrived. Bador was so stunned he nearly dropped the documents. Chapter 2. The one who wears resolution and resolve. Jikaya. I ran through the goblin that charged at me with my spear. Immediately, another lunged from the left, swinging a knife. I threw my left arm forward and focused. Darkness flooded out, blanketing my arm. In an instant, it solidified into a gauntlet, deflecting the knife. Gigi. I smashed a right straight into the staggered goblin's face. The gauntlet, which had morphed from my spear, caved its skull in. I'm getting pretty used to this. After collecting the magic stones from the goblins, I looked at the Chaos Crusader, still in its gauntlet form. The weight, the fit, it was as if it had been made just for me, but I still haven't drawn out its full potential. The fact that the voice had gone silent since that first time was probably related. Nice work. We're done over here too. Arya's voice pulled me from my thoughts. I turned to face her. Seeing her standing there with her red sword in hand, I couldn't help but tilt my head. You know, Burke, you're good at all kinds of fighting styles. You used a bow and a halberd before, right? I was just trying out different things to see what suited me. Turns out the sword and my fists are what feel most natural. You use an axe sometimes too. It's good for tough opponents, and you don't have to be delicate with it. Swords lose their edge against hard-skinned monsters, or get gummed up with blood and fat. An axe, even when dull, can be used like a mace, which is why I used one so often. Hey, would you teach me how you fight? How I fight? Yeah, I was just trying out Ruscdite, and I got a feeling that a style enhanced by your kind of magic would really suit her. I can try, but I don't know how much help I'll be. We continued our conversation as we headed for the port town. It had taken us 20 days to travel from Wakria to Workhart, one of the port towns on the Grusio continent. After paying the entry tax, we were immediately enveloped by the city's vibrant energy. First an inn, and then we need to find a ship. We're heading for Maldria, right? Yeah, I know the area better. Oh, that inn looks good. Arya pointed to an establishment with a sign that read the Dolphin's Bunk. Located on the main street, it looked rather large. Inside, a portly woman stood at a reception desk next to the dining hall, looking over a ledger. Excuse me, do you have a room for two? Two of you? I've only got one room left. That okay? That's fine. How much? For two, it'll be 10 silver a night. Rooms got a shower, and a stay gets you access to the big bath in the back. We nodded to each other, paid the fee, and took the key. We immediately left the inn and headed to the port to buy tickets for a ship bound for Maldria. We're lucky, the ship leaves tomorrow. Yeah, let's get our shopping done today and head back to the inn early. The ship was scheduled to depart tomorrow afternoon, so we decided to buy some supplies, grab a bite to eat, and return to the inn. With plenty of time before departure, it was best to rest up. Section, Arya lay sprawled on the wide bed, her expression one of pure bliss. A delicate sheen of sweat covered her flushed skin. What, finished already? Ruscdite materialized midair beside Arya. She stroked Arya's hair, but her eyes were fixed on me as I drank a glass of water. You seem to be gaining the upper hand more and more these days. Is that because of Arya, or is your prowess as a male simply on another level? Don't talk about me like I'm some kind of monster. It is not entirely inaccurate. Now then, Arya, shall I take a turn? Arya nodded weakly in response. Ruscdite then pushed me down onto the bed and straddled me. You still seem to have plenty of energy. This time, I shall be the one to quiet you. I don't suppose I get a say in this. Of course not. To be desired by two beautiful females such as Arya and myself. As a male, you should rise to the occasion. Ever since we left Wakria, Ruscdite had been joining in like this. Apparently, she and Arya had decided that a one-on-one fight was too much of a mismatch, so now I had to deal with both of them. And so the night passed. The next morning, we left the inn under the smirking gaze of the woman at the reception desk. Section, the sea voyage from the Grusio continent to the Hume continent would take about 2 days. Feeling cooped up in our cabin, we went out on deck to watch the ocean and ended up talking about our pasts. So, Burke, you didn't have anyone to rely on besides your big brother. Yeah, back then, I really thought he was the only one who truly saw me for who I was. Back then, does that mean things are different now? After living as an adventurer for 2 years, I realized something I'd never noticed before. That not everyone was like that. I looked up at the sky, my mind drifting back to my time in the Belga kingdom. Most of the memories were unpleasant, but they weren't the whole story. Their Jeju acknowledged my effort, even if she was just comparing me to my brother. And now that I think about it, there was one other person who never compared me to him from the very beginning. Another person. Who? I found myself lost in thought for a moment. He was quiet, and I could never beat him, not by a long shot, but he never looked down on me or compared me to anyone. Lackle Valent. He was the son of the knight captain. The only guy my age I could never beat in swordsmanship. The guy you couldn't beat, but you're stronger now, aren't you, Burke? Who knows, either way, I'm not planning on going back to my country, so it doesn't matter. Really? I was just being stubborn and throwing a tantrum. I convinced myself everyone was my enemy, ran away, and caused a ton of trouble. I can't show my face there now. With that, I turned and left the deck. I felt like I'd said a little too much, but if it was Arya, I figured it was fine. I headed for the cabin. I see, so you're not planning on going back, Arya murmured to herself, alone on the deck. Section. When we arrived at the port town in Maldria, the first thing that caught our eye was the soldiers guarding it. Clad in chainmail under red tabards emblazoned with the Maldrian crest, they stood tall, their posture a testament to their rigorous training. You could tell at a glance. As expected of the Lion Country. It's part of our founding history. Martial arts are highly valued here. Arya and I walked from the docks into town, which was just as bustling as Workart. First things first, we should arrange for a carriage, right? Since there are only 2 of us, it might be better to just buy a couple of horses. Arya froze mid-sentence. I followed her gaze and saw that the crowd ahead was parting, creating a path. Soon, a troop of knights in matching armor, far superior to that of the common soldiers, came marching straight toward us, the clanking of their plate mail echoing through the street. They stopped right in front of Arya. One knight, whose scarlet armor was adorned with flame-like decorations, stepped forward. It has been some time, Lady Alceria. Sbalga, why are you here? That is a question best answered by another. The Scarlet Knight gestured, and another knight from behind him brought forth a crystal intricately carved with markings. As he held it out, it began to glow faintly, the light coalescing into a shimmering outline. Oh, it connected. Hey there, Arya-chan, long time no see. I was so worried since I hadn't heard from you for a year. The light formed the face of a woman who looked like Arya. Her voice was similar, too, though it had a languid, drawn-out quality. Sister Philia, how did you know where I was? Ha, big sis always knows when her cute little sister comes home. I'm not the one coming to get you, though. Wait, is this some kind of magic? Arya looked down at herself. My eyes were drawn to the hilt of the longsword she'd carried ever since we first met. Arya, it's the magic stone embedded in the hilt of your sword. Hi. There's a magical formula carved into it. It's a marker for tracking magic. Oh. For you to see through it. That took quite a bit of effort to make, you know. Are you perhaps a magic item craftsman? No, just an adventurer. Ahem. The woman studied me with an observant gaze for a moment, then said, "Oh, well," and turned her attention back to Arya. Anyway, I've had Sir Balga and his men arrange a carriage, so come on back to the castle for a bit. Kay. Big sis, His Majesty the Emperor is also waiting. I'm sure he's worried sick. Yeah. I mean, even in the demon realm, it's not like you're gonna find something that rivals a lion that easily. This time, you should just quietly accept your scolding for running off on your own and... No, I found a lion. Arya's words brought the floating image to a sudden halt. The Scarlet Knight, holding the crystal, also reacted visibly. Seriously? Yeah, and he has one too. The woman and the Scarlet Knight both snapped their heads toward me. The atmosphere was completely different from before. I could feel their stunned disbelief. Seriously? The single word fell from the woman's lips. It looked like we'd have to deal with this whole mess before we could even think about heading to the Rana's theocracy. Section. We boarded the waiting carriage. Arya sat beside me, with the Scarlet Knight taking the seat opposite us. The door closed, and we set off. Despite the speed, the ride was almost completely free of jolts, a clear sign that the carriage itself was enchanted with high-level magic. Arya, is lion a code word for rare drops? Yeah, it's classified as a state secret, so we call them lions when we're speaking about them in public. Knowledge of the code word lion is restricted to the imperial family, high-ranking officials, and we knights. The Scarlet Knight added, supplementing Arya's explanation. He removed his helmet and looked directly at me. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Balga Fremil. I was granted the title of Knight of the Scorching Blade by the previous emperor. The face revealed was that of a man in his prime, etched with wrinkles and scars that gave him an air of dignity. He bowed his head. I turned to face him, placing a hand on my chest as I inclined my own head. Forgive me for not introducing myself sooner. I am Burke, an adventurer. It is an honor to meet the renowned Knight of the Scorching Blade, Lord Balga. In the Maldrea Empire, knights who were granted a title were individuals recognized for their exceptional contributions and achievements to the nation. I'd heard there were only 5 such knights at present. Among them, Balga was renowned for his military prowess, having spent many long years subjugating monsters and bandits within the empire's borders. He was the most senior member of the Imperial Knights and the captain of the First Knight Order. It was said that his skills had not dulled in the slightest with age. Sir Burke, is it? I thank you for accompanying us to the castle. And, while I am sure Lady Alciria has already explained, I must ask that you keep what has been discussed in the strictest confidence. Of course, I swear I will not speak of this to another soul. Balga stroked his bearded chin thoughtfully for a moment, then gave a firm nod. I shall trust your words, especially since Lady Alciria seems to have placed her own trust in you. Perhaps my concern was unnecessary. H.A. Balga, my apologies, but seeing that same Lady Alciria place so much faith in someone, well, it makes an old man want to jest. Balga broke into a broad grin. Arya's face flushed red, and she grumbled like a pouting cat. The exchange felt exactly like that of a grandfather and his granddaughter. You two seem like family. Oh, do we? I have known Princess Alciria and her sisters since they were Barbies in arms. I even taught them a little of the sword myself. Your little bit of training was brutal, you know, Arya added with a pout. Before she could get any more sullen, I decided to ask about something that had been on my mind. Her sisters, you mean the person we spoke with through the magic device earlier? Yes, second Princess Philia. She is our country's court magician and a first-rate magic item craftsman. And Balga glanced at Arya before continuing. Her Majesty, Empress Victoria. The one whom you will be having an audience with, Sir Burke, is the elder sister of them both. The carriage came to a stop. When we alighted, the massive, fortified walls of Maldrea Castle rose before us. Balga and I were separated and led away to change into more appropriate attire. I was given a set of standard formal wear. Arya, however, was dressed in a gown based in crimson. The black gloves she wore beautifully complemented her blonde hair. Her golden hair looked stunning against it. You look good. Ahaha, I'm still a princess, you know. We were guided by a knight through the castle's interior. Up ahead, the woman we had spoken to through the magic item was waving at us. Arya-chan, good to see you again. Her features resembled Arya's, but her face was more delicately structured. Her hair was cut neatly at the shoulders. While Arya had a cheerful, energetic air about her, this woman exuded a gentle calm. My, you've gotten bigger in more ways than one. I'm home, Sister Philia. Ma'am, welcome home, and you must be the one with the lion. Philia patted Arya's head for a moment before turning her gaze to me. Her observant eyes scanned me for a second, then her expression softened into a gentle smile. Well, we can catch up later. Big sis, Her Majesty the Empress should be ready by now. Despite her languid tone, a hint of tension crept into her voice. We were led to a set of doors, larger and more magnificently decorated than any we had seen before. Announcing the arrival of third Princess Alciria and the silver rank adventurer, Burke. Enter. The doors swung open, and we were prompted to step inside. The audience chamber was lavishly decorated in crimson. At the far end, 5 knights in different colored armor stood at the head of a line of subordinate knights and civil officials. At the very back of the room, a woman in deep crimson imperial robes sat upon the throne, her chin resting on her hand. A rugged greatsword was propped up beside her. Arya and I entered together. When we were about 10 paces from the throne, we dropped to one knee and bowed our heads as a voice called out to us. Both of you, raise your heads. At the sound of the voice, which carried an undeniable weight of will, I lifted my head. My eyes met those of Empress Victoria, seated upon the throne. She had the same golden hair and similar features as Arya, but her sharp gaze and an expression as stern as an iron mask gave her a chillingly cold impression. Her toned physique spoke of a warrior of the highest caliber, and that sword, My eyes were drawn to the greatsword propped up beside Victoria. Its guard was fashioned with the motif of a lion, and its blade was the color of blood, with only the cutting edge gleaming a stark white. There's no doubt it's on par with my Chaos Crusader. I had to force myself to swallow. If we were to fight, I honestly didn't know if I could win. The Empress before me radiated the immense pressure of a truly powerful warrior. You have returned safely, Alceria. Yes, I apologize for the worry I have caused you. HMPH, first, tell me the circumstances under which you acquired your rare drop. We will talk after that. Arya gave me a subtle glance and began to recount her story. We had decided beforehand exactly how much we would reveal. This is the rare drop I obtained, Ruskdite. As Arya finished her tale and held Ruskdite aloft before the Empress, many of those present gasped, captivated by its beauty and the shimmering magic it exuded. I see. So to acquire that sword, you required not only your own strength but his assistance as well. Yes, he saved my life and aided me. HMPH. The Empress's gaze shifted to me. Her eyes, which seemed to see through everything, made my skin crawl. Burke, was it? First, I thank you for aiding Alceria. As for your reward, I promise to grant you one item that is within my power to give. It is my honor. Next, I hear you also possess a rare drop. I permit you to show it in this hall. The sudden request was puzzling, but the Empress's expressionless face gave nothing away. After a moment of hesitation, I drew the Chaos Crusader, which I had shifted into its longsword form, from my belt and held it high. The moment the jet-black longsword came into view, various reactions rippled through the throne room. The titled knights remained impassive, but the knights and officials behind them stared with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. Your Majesty, we need not waste any more time on such a person. A sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind the knight in blue armor. I looked over to see a blond man in fine clothes, a sword at his hip, pointing an accusatory finger at me, his face alight with fury. It is utterly impossible for someone like this to possess something on par with the imperial arms your Majesty wields. He is clearly using falsified achievements to try and worm his way into our country's good graces. A flicker of weariness crossed the Empress's face, but it was gone in an instant, replaced by her usual impassive mask as she turned her eyes to the blond man. Fuld, Vice Captain of the Second Knight Order, what is your reason for this conclusion? The man called Fuld shot me a triumphant glare and declared, because this man is Selk Grantos, a man who shirked his own incompetence, ran away, and stirred up needless turmoil in his own country. How can we possibly trust someone like him? The words were an unwelcome intrusion, dredging up a past I thought I had cast aside. A murmur spread through the hall, though the Empress and the titled knights remained unfazed. Fuld didn't wait for it to subside before continuing his tirade. Your ill repute has reached even this country. They say you're an irresponsible coward who foisted all your duties onto your brother, Bator Grantos, and fled. And now you claim to have not only saved Lady Alceria, but also obtained an item on par with an imperial arm. To think you would concoct such a lie with that shabby sword of yours, you bastard. I'll let the petty rumors about me slide for now. An icy chill spread rapidly through my chest. My voice was flat, devoid of all emotion, as I addressed the unpleasant man before me. I could hear it myself. Are you saying that you are outright denying Alceria's account of events? Fuld's brow furrowed even deeper as he glared daggers at me. Lady Alceria is a kind person. She most likely cornered that monster herself and was on the verge of finishing it off when he swooped in to steal the kill. She must have simply mistaken his actions for assistance. Arya started to rise to her feet at Fuld's words, but I held her back with a hand. Is that all you have to say? What? I'm asking if you're finished denying Alceria's story and insulting me without a shred of proof. I succinctly summarized his outburst, and for a moment he seemed at a loss for words. A knight of the Maldrea Empire interrupting Her Majesty, the Empress's audience to hurl insults at an invited guest. Forget being a knight. What does that say about you as a person? Silence. A shameless runaway from his own country has no right to lecture me. Then I would have you show me an example. Your current state, forcing your own views on Her Majesty and shaking her faith, is unbearable to watch. Why you? The moment Fuld tried to raise his voice, a sharp sound cut through the air as the floor at his feet cracked. It is you who will be silent, Fold. The Empress's voice echoed, her gaze boring down on Fold with a terrifying pressure that was leagues beyond what she'd shown before. I am the one who welcomed this man as a guest. Your attitude toward him degrades the dignity of Maldrea. Are you aware that your actions are a direct insult to my honor? But choose your answer wisely. Your head and body may part ways depending on it. I apologize for my outrageous behavior. Fold immediately prostrated himself, a pathetic sight compared to the triumphant air he'd worn just moments ago. Your punishment will be decided later. Seize him. As other knights moved to restrain him, Fold glared at me with eyes full of hatred. It seemed he had no intention of changing his mind. If that's how you want to play it. Your Majesty, may I have permission to speak? Granted, what is it? Regarding the reward you offered me earlier, may I ask that you prepare it for me now? At my words, the Empress's eyebrow twitched. Arya shot me a bewildered look, but I ignored her and kept my eyes on the throne. That depends on what you ask for. State your request. Yes, I wish for you to prepare a stage where I may prove the power of myself and this weapon. A stage. My request was clearly unexpected. The Empress fell silent for a moment before giving a wordless gesture for me to continue. No matter how many words I speak, they will not prove that my power and achievements are genuine. Therefore, I propose that it would be better to provide a venue for me to display my strength and prove the truth. I see. In that case, we must decide on the particulars. What of a one-on-one duel between myself and that knight from before? To be able to make such a bold declaration before this entire assembly, his skill must be considerable. HMPH, in that case, Fold, you will accept this duel. Refuse, and I will take your head myself. I accept. I accept the duel. You have half an hour. Both of you prepare yourselves. The rest of you make the arrangements. At the Empress's command, everyone in the room except us filed out. A knight then guided me to a room to prepare. Arya came to find me as I was getting ready. What's wrong? I'm so sorry, I can't believe this happened. Don't worry about it. Besides, this whole situation is my fault. You're still angry about what he said, aren't you? She was referring to Fold, of course. Given the circumstances, it was only natural. He hasn't changed a bit since a year ago, Arya said, pressing a hand to her forehead and slumping her shoulders. It seemed he'd been like this even before she ran away. What's his deal anyway? Fold's family has served the Empire for generations. An ancestor of his was granted a title, so they have a fair amount of influence. Is he strong? Among the knights, he's decent, I guess. But half the reason he's a vice-captain is because of his family's power. Arya's words confirmed my own assessment. From his stance, I could tell he was reasonably skilled, but he was nowhere near the level of Balga or the other titled knights. He also asked for my hand in marriage several times. I turned him down every time, of course. Is that it? Even for a princess, I'm still me, you know. It was obvious he was just trying to secure his position. Right. I'd sensed something else besides just animosity in the way he looked at me, but it didn't change what I had to do. Is it almost time for you to go? Yeah, they'll come guide me. Hey, wait a sec. Just as I stood up to leave the room, I turned back, and a soft warmth pressed against my lips. After a moment, Arya, her face bright red, took a step back and looked up at me. I'm not worried, but just a little good luck charm. Arya hurried out of the room. I followed a moment later. A smile tugged at my lips as I touched them, thinking how simple I was. Section. The place I was led to was a training ground normally used by the knights. It also served as a venue for formal duels and was built like an arena, with spectator seats lining the walls above. The seats were already filled with the people from the throne room and many other knights. In the center of the arena stood Fold, clad in full plate armor and holding a halberd. His sharp eyes were fixed on me. So you didn't run this time, you shameless coward. A torrent of malice-laced insults washed over me. He wasn't even trying to hide it anymore. Don't think you'll get your way. Her Majesty and the titled knights are here. Do you really think any of your cowardly tricks will work? Lady Alceria is not a person who should be accompanied by someone like you. In this very arena, I will crush you and open her eyes to the truth. So that's what this was about. He was in love with Arya. The woman he desired and been rejected by time and again was now with another man, and he couldn't stand it. The look he'd given me in the throne room wasn't just disgust, It was jealousy. Both of you, are you ready? The Empress's voice boomed. The murmuring crowd fell silent. For this battle, each combatant may use their own arms. The duel is won when one party surrenders or is rendered unable to fight any objections. None. Very well. Then begin. At the Empress's signal, we both took our stances. In the same instant, Fold charged, raising his halberd high for an overhead strike. Rah! He was a knight, and his movements showed his training, but I parried the halberd's head from the side with my black sword, deflecting it. Without losing momentum, I spun, bringing a roundhouse kick crashing into the side of Fold's helmet. Gah! The clasp broke and his helmet went flying. Fold stumbled to the ground. As he pushed himself up, I leaned in and whispered so only he could hear. My bad. Turns out I'm more thin-skinned than I thought. I don't think I can just let what you said slide. A cold voice reached Fold as he looked up, still struggling to understand what had just happened. Get up, I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Gritting his teeth, Fold scrambled to his feet and swung his halberd. Rah! I dodged his wild swings, sometimes parrying with my sword. As he brought the halberd down in a vertical slash, I sidestepped and simultaneously changed my sword into a scythe, catching the weapon's shaft from above. Wind step. I leaped into his guard, my free hand forming a gauntlet as I wrapped it in wind and slammed a punch into his side. The instant it connected, the wind sent a sharp vibration through my fist and into his armor. Gah! The impact froze Fold's body for a second. I grabbed the arm holding the halberd and brought my knee down hard on his elbow joint. The shock made his grip loosen. I tore the halberd from his grasp and drove the butt end into his stomach. Fold stumbled back and fell to one knee. I tossed his weapon down in front of him. Take it back. Pick it up. Fold glared at me, a look that could kill. The sound of his teeth grinding filled the air as he snatched the halberd from the ground and swept it at me. Before his swing could gain momentum, I summoned my own black halberd and slammed its head against his, deflecting it. I closed the distance, our weapon shafts crossing as we locked in a struggle like a sword lock. What is that weapon? The one you called shabby. I reinforced my body and pushed forward, forcing him back. We continued to trade blows, halberd against halberd, and with each exchange, one thing became certain. He's not that strong. Fold wasn't weak, not by any means. He could handle a difficult weapon like a halberd, and he had the stamina to maintain his speed. As an adventurer, he'd probably be around bronze rank, but that was all. He didn't have the monstrous strength of a minotaur, nor the sharp agility of a chimera. And he certainly didn't radiate that chilling pressure that made my spine tingle, like the Chaos Crusader did. I hooked my halberd's head around his, pulling it down. As his weapon dipped, I changed mine into a mace and, letting it slide down the shaft, slammed it into his stomach. With a sickening crunch, Fold dropped to his knees, clutching his dented armor. The fight was over. I don't accept it. I will not accept it, that you are stronger than me. That I could lose to a shameless runaway. I will not accept it. With a roar, Fold released a surge of magic power. It flowed into his halberd, and the axe blade began to swell, encased in rock until it was massive. You're not going to surrender. Silence, silence, silence. You are not worthy of Lady Alceria, don't you get cocky. Greatstone axe cleaver. He swung the giant stone blade, now nearly 2 meters long, in a wide horizontal arc. A weapon with that much mass would be impossible to block, but too slow. I used wind step to leap over the attack, then kicked off the air to close the distance at high speed. As Fold's swing carried him past me, I landed in front of him, my gauntlet already forming, and unleashed a spell as I punched him in the side. Follow wind destruction. The moment my fist connected, a vibration far more intense than before shot through it. The shockwave and the impact traveled through Fold's body simultaneously, destroying him from the inside. Gubba. You are not worthy of being a knight. The halberd slipped from his grasp. Fold collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Into the silent arena, the Empress's voice rose. The match is decided. The victor of this duel is Burke. The Empress glanced at Fold's unconscious form, then fixed her gaze on me. First, I apologize for my subordinate's disgraceful conduct. This has nothing to do with what we discussed before, but I will prepare a separate reward for you. I will have a room prepared, so you may rest your body today. With that, the Empress turned and left the arena, the titled knights following in her wake. Section. Whoa, that was amazing. the weapon's form changes with your will, but it disappeared when you let it go and summoned another one, right? Does it have the ability to return to your hand even after you release it? How fascinating. The moment I stepped out of the training grounds after the fight, I was accosted by Philia, who peppered me with questions as she examined my weapon. I tried to shake her off, but she was a princess, and I couldn't be too rough. The surrounding knights just stood by, looking as if they were unable to stop her. Sister Philia, that's enough. Arya grabbed Philia by the scruff of her neck and pulled her away. Awa, she whined, sounding much younger than her age as she was dragged off. Let go, Arya-chan. I have a noble mission to analyze the rare drop before my very eyes. Burke just finished a fight, he's tired. And if you want to examine it, you should ask him properly instead of forcing yourself on him. MMPH, but I want to analyze yours too, Arya-chan. Fine, I'll tell Sister Victoria right now. I'm so sorry for suddenly bombarding you with questions. Before Arya could finish her sentence, Philia straightened up and bowed to me. Her agility was astounding, completely at odds with her earlier behavior. No, it's quite all right. Really? Oh, good. It's a pleasure to properly meet you. I'm late in introducing myself. I'm Arya-chan's big sister, Philia. You can just call me Philia. Thank you again. You can call me Burke. Burke-kun, then. You don't have to worry about a thing, so you don't need to use formal language with me. And if you wouldn't mind, could you tell me more about that weapon of yours? Sister Philia. Don't get mad. I won't do anything awful to your darling man. Arya stopped dead in her tracks at Philia's casual comment. Seeing her reaction, Philia blinked for a moment, then a wide grin spread across her face. Hee, I see, so that's how it is. Just what do you mean, Sister Philia? Oh, my apologies. It seems Arya-chan didn't just find a lion on her trip. Well then, I should probably be a good girl and head back to my workshop for today. With a cheerful wave, Philia headed back towards the castle. I looked over at Arya, who was bright red, her face a mixture of embarrassment and exhaustion. Well, she's certainly a free spirit. It looked like it would take a while for Arya to recover. Section. Are you okay? Back in the room we'd been provided, I asked Arya, who had finally regained some of her composure. She nodded, but let out a heavy sigh. Well, it's a good thing you two get along, isn't it? Yeah, well, I can't deny that. Is there something else? It's just... Arya fidgeted, her eyes darting around as she began to speak hesitantly. It seems my status as royalty was never revoked. What? It looks like Sister Victoria just left my position and privileges as a member of the imperial family, as they were. So that makes me the scoundrel who defiled a princess. A cold sweat ran down my back. Arya was said to be the Empire's treasure. I hadn't just had a one-night stand with her, we had shared our bodies time and time again. And now, I wasn't a noble, just a common adventurer. If this got out, my face would be on a wanted poster, not just a search party notice. It'll be fine. Ruskdite is consuming the essence, so I won't get pregnant, and as long as we keep quiet. I don't think we can keep this a secret. At the very least, I like you as a woman, and I'm not confident I can pretend otherwise. Me too. I could see both our faces were turning red. It was a complicated way to confess our feelings for each other, but we'd leave that for now. One option is to slip out and head for the Rana's theocracy before we're questioned, but that's as good as admitting we did something to be ashamed of. Yeah, and I feel like Sister Philia would gleefully announce something like an elopement, a forbidden love between a princess and an adventurer. I can imagine her doing that, as strange as it is to say. Even though we'd only just met, I had a pretty good idea of what kind of person that free-spirited princess was. Making a move now would not be a wise one. Worst case, we could just be defiant about it. If it comes down to it, you and I could probably escape, right? I guess so. What we do depends on what my sisters do. Anyway, there's something else. Why didn't Sister Victoria punish Fold right then and there? Isn't it because of his family and social standing? Even so, what he did was way out of line. Sister Victoria wouldn't have hesitated to take his head on the spot. She had a point. What that fool had done would have undoubtedly earned him a severe punishment in my own country. Was she testing me to see how I'd react? No, that's too conceited. It's possible. After all, Burke, you proved the Empire's long-standing hypothesis about rare drops. Maybe they used the commotion Fold started as an opportunity to test you. If that were the case, then I was being sized up in that very arena. I tried to think it through, but too much had happened today for me to make sense of it all. Good grief, human society is full of tiresome obligations. As we sat there pondering, Rusktite appeared, changing from her sword form into her demonic one with an exasperated sigh. A male and a female need only seek each other out. As long as you follow the proper path, the words of others are not worth listening to. It's the sheer number of proper paths that makes being human so complicated. Rusktite looked at me as if she were lecturing a small child. That's different. The path is to prove that your own actions are not shameful. Whether it is right or wrong is irrelevant. It's the obligations that others, family, society, whatever, try to force on you that are the real shackles. From my perspective, you humans seem to be prisoners to them. I can't deny that, but still, if we have to force our way through, we will. Though I said that, Rusktite's words had resonated with me. She hummed, then seemed to lose interest and looked away. Oh well, more importantly, there's a bed right here. Shall we not make love? Like hell we can, right? We both shot back at Rusktite, who had suggested it as casually as asking if we wanted to grab a bite to eat. Seriously, I wished she'd consider the situation a little more. Section. After the duel between Burke and Fold had concluded, only Empress Victoria and the 5 titled knights remained in the throne room. Well then, what do you all think of that man of Burke? Frankly, I want to recruit him into my order, Balga answered without a moment's hesitation. The knight in blue armor, Randall of the Thunderclap, reacted to his words. Hold on, old man, don't get ahead of yourself. He's joining my order. You're being too hasty yourself, Randall. Arctos, the knight of the verdant wall in deep green armor, chided Randall. Then Luminous, the knight of purity in silver armor, spoke up. I acknowledge his skill. Not only is his weapon versatile, but his prowess in wielding it is in no way inferior to our own. See. So then, but I believe the demerits are far greater. Luminous cut Randall off. Rossfort, the knight of the shifting sands in ochre armor, stroked his chin and murmured, Batter Grantos, I see. Luminous nodded at Rossfort's words. Rossfort let out a thoughtful sigh and began to speak slowly. The Belga kingdom is on its way to becoming a monolith under his leadership. If we were to try and bring his younger brother into the empire, it would undoubtedly affect our relationship with Bator Grantos, and by extension, the Belga kingdom. Indeed, he is, in a word, both a trump card and a bomb against Bator Grantos. It would be better to have him act as a neutral intermediary and put them in our debt than to make a clumsy move and disrupt our relationship with the Belga kingdom. Hey, you feel the same way, Arctos. Arctos, who Randall had put on the spot, was silent for a moment before speaking. I believe we still lack the information to make a decision. Not enough. As you both said, Sir Burke is a figure who, whether he is aware of it or not, could influence our relationship with the Belga kingdom. However, it is also a fact that he possesses a rare drop on par with your Majesty's imperial arms and the skill to wield it. Luminous and Rossfort both nodded at Arctos's words. They, too, understood that Burke had been holding back, even as he overwhelmed a man who had been appointed a vice-captain. Furthermore, it was with his assistance that Princess Alceria obtained her rare drop. As of now, our nation has 3 individuals who possess the power to single-handedly turn the tide of battle. Do you not think it a waste to let one of them go? True. GRRRs. And I am not sure if you have noticed, but Lady Alceria seems to be quite infatuated with Sir Burke. Should he leave the country, it is not impossible that she would follow him. HNGH. A groan escaped the Empress's lips. Alceria had, in fact, abandoned her royal status and set off on a journey to seek power. Though her status had since been reinstated, it was easy to imagine her leaving the castle again for Burke's sake. Should we not start by getting to know Sir Burke? For now, we know that he is strong, that he is Bator Grantos's younger brother, and that he is merciless toward his enemies. That is the extent of our knowledge. We can decide what to do with him after that. Indeed, we do not have enough information to make a sound judgment. Whether they brought him into their fold or handed him over to the Belga kingdom, they knew too little. For now, the highest priority was to gather information from the Adventurers Guild. Very well, the matter of Burke is on hold for now. Next, regarding that fool and his associates, Randall, what is his condition? The medical team is treating him now. They said his bones and internal organs were smashed to bits, and he'll need at least a week of absolute rest. I've posted a guard outside his room to make sure no one gets in or out. So if they are to make contact, it will be after that. It had only recently been discovered that a shadowy group, active not only within the Empire but in various other countries, had been in contact with Fold. They had let him run loose to try and catch a tail, but this recent incident with the Fool made it highly likely he would try to make a move. The reason they had spared him from execution, despite his outrageous behavior, was for that very purpose. That is all for now. Until we have something more definite, you are all to act independently. Dismissed. She gave her command to the knights and left the throne room. But contrary to her expectations, the situation began to move much more rapidly. Section. In a medical room within Maldria Castle, a man lay in bed, groaning in pain and resentment. Guugs, damn you. He couldn't sleep for the pain that shot through his body with every movement. The physician who treated him had said he'd done all he could, but this was the result. Even treating just one part of your body would be risky, let alone your entire body all at once. If we heal you too quickly, there's no telling what kind of backlash there might be. It may not be the best way to put it, but whoever did this is a master. To leave you with this much damage while still keeping it within a treatable range. The physician's words echoed in his mind, and with each recollection, a black emotion surged through him. He wanted to claw at his chest, but even that was impossible, which only fueled his rage. He held back on me, a vice-captain of the Second Night Order, he held back on that shameless coward. This had to be some kind of mistake. A bad dream, but the pain racking his body denied that possibility. As he writhed in agony, he realized someone was standing beside him. You were beaten quite badly, weren't you? You. He glared at the man in the deep hood. He recognized him as the merchant who had been contacting him for the past year. How did you get in here? Heh, a merchant must be sensitive to business opportunities. The man, only visible from the mouth down, smiled. His tone, laced with mockery, only served to heighten Fold's irritation. Get out. If that is what you wish, but are you sure? The man spoke in a drawn-out tone, then leaned in close and whispered in Fold's ear. It seems there is some talk of inducting that man into the Night Order. What? Furthermore, it appears Lady Alceria holds a faint affection for him. If he earns the favor of the princess he is to serve, he will surely rise through the ranks in no time. The man's whispered words made him grind his teeth until they threatened to crack. Joining the Night Order and being favored by Lady Alceria, her affections were for that shameless coward. That can't be. Can you say for certain that it is not? At the very least, he defeated you, a vice-captain, and possesses a weapon on par with the Imperial arms. If he continues to distinguish himself and is granted a title, a future where he becomes Lady Alceria's consort is not out of the question. Consort, don't be ridiculous. I will not accept it, I will not accept it. I am the one who will be Lady Alceria's consort. That a man like him would dare to embrace Lady Alceria, passing over me, who is destined to be granted a title, it must not happen. Shouldn't you stop him? It is a knight's duty to admonish his master when they are about to walk the wrong path. You're right, but how? Why, the reason you lost was the difference in your weapons. The so-called rare drop that man possesses is an item that transforms its wielder into a peerless warrior. So, if you were to use a weapon that could match it, you would be able to defeat him. As he said this, the man produced a small vial and a helmet that seemed too large for the pouch he drew it from. It must have been a magic bag. The helmet he pulled out was shaped like a menacing oni. This is a special healing potion and one of my rare drops. I had no intention of parting with them, but I will offer them to you, a true knight. Before he could protest, the man opened the vial and poured its contents into his mouth. Instantly, his wounds began to close. Not only that, but a searing heat spread through his entire body as if his very blood were boiling. Ah, ah, ah. Now take this. If you wear it, you will become an invincible warrior. He took the offered helmet as if in a trance. The moment he put it on, the emotions that had been stewing in his chest burst into flame, searing his mind. Alceria Selk. Driven by pure impulse, he stood up and threw open the door. The two guards outside noticed and leveled their spears at him. What is that, Ga? He punched one of them, crushing his head underfoot. Then he snatched his spear and, before the other could even take a stance, ran him through, ending his life. Alceria is mine. As if responding to his surging impulse, his very body began to transform. Fools who think themselves special are so easy to handle. Now then, as long as I can keep the titled knights from arriving, it will be time for an audience with Her Majesty the Empress. Section. A sharp chill ran down my spine, and I shot up from my bed. I quickly threw on my gear and left the room. From the distance, I could hear the sounds of fighting. Just as I was about to head toward the noise, I sensed a killing intent from behind. I summoned a dagger and spun, slashing at my attacker. A shadow-like figure, its arm a sharpened stake from the elbow down, dissipated into mist, and a magic stone rolled to the ground. Shadow stalkers? What are they doing in this castle? Shadow stalkers were rare monsters, even in the dungeons of the Grusio continent. They were a pain to deal with, capable of hiding in any shadow and launching surprise attacks with arms that could pierce steel. As far as I knew, they only appeared in a handful of dungeons. I sensed a presence from above and changed my dagger into a spear, thrusting upwards. The shadow stalker that dropped down was impaled midair. I swung the spear, slamming it against the wall. The sounds of fighting echoed from all around. For some reason, a large number of shadow stalkers had infiltrated the castle. Heading toward the noise, I found a knight surrounded by several of the shadow creatures. I ran one through with my spear, then threw a hand axe at another that was about to attack from behind. Summoning a battle axe, I cleaved through the shadow creature that had been behind the knight. "Ah, it's you. Sorry, but you'll have to lead. We'll take these things down while we link up with the others." "All right, understood. Follow me." Following the knight's lead, we cut through the swarming shadow creatures, linking up with other knights along the way. Some were badly injured, but after rescuing about 5 of them, we met up with Arya, who was leading her own group of knights. "Arya, are you okay?" "Yeah, but we have to go help Sister Philia. Her workshop is in a separate part of the castle." "Got it, let's go. You all rendezvous with the other knights. If you have to split up, make sure you're in groups of 3 or more to cover your blind spots." "Understood." The knights were accustomed to group combat. Once they regained their composure, they were more than a match for the shadow stalkers. I followed Arya's lead, giving instructions to the knights we passed as we headed for the workshop. After leaving the main castle, we ran in the direction Arya pointed. Just then, something burst through the castle wall in front of us. It was a knight torn apart, armor and all, by a massive blade. This is... Peeking through the hole the knight had been thrown from, I saw several other knights and a monstrous creature, over 2 meters tall. Is that a Grendel? The creature had skin like green armor, a helmet with an Oni's face, and a halberd as tall as itself. It was clearly in a different league from the shadow stalkers as it tore through the knights. As it raised its halberd to strike a fallen knight, I closed the distance with a wind step. I slashed its face with my sword. Tough one, follow wind. I wrapped myself in wind, scooped up the fallen knight, and carried him to another knight a short distance away. Then I shouted to Arya, who was about to rush to my side. "Arya, go help your sister." "There might be more than one of them. I can handle this one myself, so go." "Please." After watching Arya run off, I switched my sword to an axe and faced the Grendel-like monster. The massive halberd swung down. I dodged and slammed my axe into its knee joint, but it only left a scratch. It didn't look like I'd even broken the skin. Not even the joints. Just as I was about to curse my luck, a leg like a tree trunk came swinging at me from the side. I immediately blasted myself backward with wind and jumped, but I was still kicked out through the hole in the wall and sent tumbling. "Hadiolihe." The monster laughed as it smashed through the wall and stepped outside. The moonlight illuminated its form, revealing an even more sinister appearance. "Looks like you're completely out of your depth, eh?" "Selg." When the monster spoke my name, the visor on its helmet moved, revealing the face beneath. It was Fold, his eyes filled with madness. Hey, how does it feel to have your techniques and weapons be completely useless?" "That's how I felt a little while ago. Why don't you look in a mirror? You've become a monster that perfectly suits your twisted soul." I stood up, ignoring Fold's question, as I readied my weapon. Fold put his visor back down and swung his halberd with brute force. I dodged the blow, which could have cleaved my body in two, and leaped up, bringing my battle axe down on his shoulder with all my might. But the blow, which should have had considerable weight behind it, only bit into his armor-like skin, not reaching the flesh beneath. He immediately let go of his weapon and tried to grab me, but I dodged his arm and put some distance between us again. It's that helmet. What? Your body keeps changing, but that helmet looks exactly the same. It must be what's transforming you, right? Section, I voiced my observation, a deduction I'd made while watching him. The partisan just had to react. So what if it is? It doesn't change the fact that you can't beat me. How did you get your hands on it? Like I'd tell a dead man. Fold roared as he swung the halberd, which had changed shape along with his arm. Each swing tore up the ground, shattered walls, and made the very air scream. I can't take that head-on, and a half-assed attack won't do a thing in that case. Using the wind and flying debris to keep my distance, I imbued my partisan with fire and wind. I then threw the flaming weapon at Fold with all my strength. NNGH Rata. Fold met the wind-accelerated partisan with his halberd. After a brief struggle, he knocked it aside. As he was still off balance from the parry, I closed in, my left hand already forming a gauntlet and wrapped in wind. I drove my fist up into Fold's chin, helmet and all. Follow wind destruction. The full force, unmitigated blow, accompanied by vibration and impact, rattled Fold's head. But through the gauntlet, I felt a strange sensation, and in the next moment, Fold's fist was closing in. Kaga! I ducked, but a front kick sent me flying. I bounced off the ground but managed to land on my feet. Fold was cracking his neck as he looked at me. Too bad. I've already got a counter for that trick. His visor opened, and something spilled out along with blood. I realized what it was and understood how he'd countered my attack. You use sand to absorb the vibration and impact. That's right, and as for me, a little scratch like this will heal in no time. The gash on Fold's shoulder, and the burns from where he'd parried the partisan healed in an instant. He spat out the blood in his mouth and glared at me with eyes full of malice. And what about you? That last attack must have had a pretty big kickback, right? Can you even still use that arm? He was right. Follow, wind used the arm as an axis to create wind vibrations for an attack. The crush version, which focused all of that vibration and impact into a single point, put a considerable strain on the user in exchange for its power. My left hand was already racked with pain and spasms from the recoil. I tried to move my fingers, but I didn't think I could hold a weapon. Hey, that's right, there's no way I could lose, a shameless coward being better than me. It's impossible. Fold charged, letting out a crazed laugh. His body grew even harder, twisting into a larger, more grotesque form. Now, what to do? His strength had increased in proportion to his body. His skin was like armor, and to top it all off, he had that regenerative ability. As I dodged and considered my options, Fold lost what little reason he had left and screamed. I'm gonna kill you, and Alceria, she'll be mine this time. He had become something that was, in every sense of the word, no longer human. Section. What is the meaning of this? Victoria moved through the castle corridors, swinging Justilian and mowing down the attacking monsters. A red light, her imperial aura became a blade, slicing through the creatures and scattering them into magic stones as they slammed against the walls. This was no ordinary monster. She had never seen anything like it in the Empire or even on the Hume continent. Was there a flaw in the security wards or the Knights' patrols? New monsters crawled out from every shadow in the corridor. Again, she faced a swarm of them, their arms sharpened to a point. Out of my way, you rabble. She unleashed her imperial aura, the power of Justilian, and scattered them. As she advanced, clearing out wave after wave, a figure different from the monsters she had faced so far stood in her path. My, to think it would be Her Majesty Empress Victoria herself. In this emergency, shouldn't you be somewhere safe? Victoria swung her sword at the man in the deep black hood. He dodged just in time as she brought Justilian down where he had stood. The man parried Justilian with a black staff he had produced from somewhere. The floor cracked around him, but he remained unfazed, a smile on his face. To attack without so much as a word. I was hoping for at least an introduction. You are the one who was in contact with that fool, are you not? Skulking around my empire. Oh my, you knew, I'm just a humble merchant, you know. Just as she was about to press her attack, monsters swarmed from the surrounding shadows. She wrapped herself in her imperial aura, sending them flying along with the man. The man vanished, only to reappear from a shadow a short distance away. That staff, it must be a rare drop with a special ability, allowing him to bypass Philia's wards and the knight's security. So you've been using it to gather information and communicate all this time. Indeed, my Shadow Legion can slip into shadows and emerge from them, and I am a magician of sorts, so I am well versed in the arts required for secret conversations and information gathering. So you yourself have been acting as both messenger and spy. There was no blaming Philia or the knights. How could they have known a master of this caliber would be using the special abilities of a rare drop to infiltrate? Philia would have to improve the security wards, and the knights would need to change their patrol routes and be on high alert. But aren't you being a little too reckless? If you swing Justilian around with its full power, the castle won't hold, you know. Then I will simply bind you. Your options are to be cut down by me and buried under the rubble, or to be bound and live to see another day. How terrifying. But what's even more terrifying is how well your majesty has mastered Justilian. That was unexpected, but for me, it is a bit of a shame to retreat now, just when it seems I am about to get my hands on what I came for, therefore. The man tapped his staff on the floor. His shadow spread across the corridor, and from all directions she sensed the presence of monsters. I will be taking it by force, not just the imitation I gave to him, but all of the real rare drops in this castle. Monsters poured from the spreading shadow, with a density unlike anything before. She cut them down as they came, but for every one she felled, more took its place. It is useless. The shadows my Shadow Legion creates are endless. The man's voice echoed from beyond the swarm of shadows. It was true that with such overwhelming numbers, he might think he could take her life. So be it. Oh, are you surrendering? I was planning to take you alive and have you spill everything you know about your associates, but I see I can no longer afford to be so lenient. She wrapped her entire body in her imperial aura and cut down the monsters. As they were sent flying and slammed into the walls, she readied Justilian. Because of you, the rot in my empire has festered. To lance this boil, I was forced to go through a great deal of unnecessary trouble. You will atone for that foolishness with your life. The lion's eyes on Justilian's tsuba began to glow. With the glow, the imperial aura expanded, dispelling the shadows with such intensity that they seemed to be blown away. Imperial arms deployment, lion that cries dominance. A crimson light washed over the shadows that had stained the surroundings, painting them over. Section, this might be a problem. I murmured to myself as I watched the shadow-like monsters swarming the barrier created by my magic item. I had defeated several dozen of them with magic and other devices, but the seemingly endless supply was more than my remaining magic and tools could handle. Now, this barrier was my last resort. Cracks were already forming from the repeated attacks, and it looked like it could shatter at any moment. And then, a monster's claw pierced through the barrier. Sister Philia. A flash of red cut down the monsters. Beyond the dissipating creatures stood my dear sister, a crimson sword in hand. She was standing there. Section, are you hurt? I'm fine. Thanks to you, Arya-chan, I was saved in the nick of time. Sister Philia replied, dangling a flickering magic item. I was relieved that I'd made it in time. My sister was a genius when it came to the knowledge and application of magic and its items, but her body wasn't particularly strong. Her mana reserves were about the same as an average magician's, which she compensated for with her expertise to fulfill her duties as court magician. We need to get to a safe place. Can you walk? Just a second. With that, Sister Philia grabbed a potion from a nearby desk and downed it in one gulp. A shimmering light from an enchantment spell enveloped her body. There we go. Now I can run at full speed if I have to. Then let's go. I led the way out of the workshop, with my sister grabbing some magic items from her desk and the surrounding area. We cut down the shadow stalkers that appeared, my sister providing support with her own devices. Just as we were about to rendezvous with the knights, the shadow stalkers suddenly backed away. Dozens of them gathered at a distance, then merged into a single shadow, which began to grow larger and larger. What was that? I felt a sense of unease, and unleashed a flaming slash wreathed in Ruskite's fire. Before the fiery slash could reach the shadow, a black, tentacle-like object shot out from the ground and pierced it. The shadow, which had formed a cocoon-like shape, sprouted insect-like legs. 8 of them took hold of the ground, and in what appeared to be its body, 8 red, eye-like lights began to glow. Arya-chan, is that a black widow? I couldn't help but murmur the monster's name. On the Grusio continent, it was known as a dangerous creature on par with a Balrog, infamous for the number of adventurers it had claimed and how difficult it was to deal with. The Black Widow scurried on its 8 legs, moving with a speed that belied its massive size. As it charged, several black tentacles shot out from its body, and the sight of them coming toward me was enough to inspire a primal sense of dread. Ruskdite. I poured my magic into Ruskdite, and the blade became wreathed in flame. I slashed through the tentacles coming at me and charged the Black Widow. The Black Widow crossed its front legs to block. I cut through them and swung for its head with all my might. The moment I tried to strike, the Black Widow's body sank into the ground. A massive shadow moved from the ground to the castle wall at incredible speed. In an instant, it was behind my sister, and it shot out from the ground, swinging its leg. Sister Philia. I barely managed to intercept the leg. The Black Widow opened what looked like a mouth, and black fangs, like spears, shot out. I twisted my neck to dodge, but a red line was drawn across my cheek. The Black Widow sank back into the ground and moved away. Arya-chan. Sister, stay close to me. Kuh. I stood with my back to my sister, readying Ruskdite. The 8 red eyes glowed, seeming to mock their prey. Kaya. I slashed away the tentacles that were targeting Sister Philia. I then used a magic-infused fire to block another tentacle that came from behind, taking advantage of the opening. My sister was trying to help with her magic items, but she had no experience in actual combat or on a battlefield. The Black Widow was targeting her, and I was stretched to my limit just protecting her. I considered going on the offensive, but the Black Widow was faster. The moment I left my sister's side to attack, she would be killed. The means at my disposal right now were not enough to catch the Black Widow. And if I just stayed here protecting my sister, we'd be worn down. Arya-chan, it's okay, you don't have to worry about me. Absolutely not. I cut off my sister's words and parried the Black Widow's attack. While keeping on guard, I desperately racked my brain for a way out of this. But still, if I could just attack faster than the Black Widow can move. One option came to mind. But it was something I'd never tried before, something I couldn't do on my own. Still, the image of Burke's back appeared in my mind as I blocked the Black Widow's leg. The image of Burke, who had faced the overwhelmingly powerful Chaos Crusader all on his own and defeated it head-on. It was enough to blow away the nascent feelings of resignation in my heart. I had to keep my promise. Compared to my sisters, I couldn't say I excelled at anything. To me, Burke was a shocking, impactful presence. There were people who acknowledged my efforts and taught me. I had a dear friend who I wanted to help, even if I couldn't see her. But still, I had nothing to be proud of, neither my sword nor my magic, so I left home in search of strength. Burke was alone. Before he left home, and after, he fought and walked on, all alone. I couldn't imagine how difficult that path must have been. The hardship of fighting on without even emotional support was beyond words. And yet, Burke kept fighting, and he had obtained an unshakable strength and a sense of self. I too. Even if I'd been broken once, I didn't want to give up. Even if I didn't have Burke's talent or strength, I didn't want to be the kind of person who gave up and knelt in defeat. Sister, when I give the signal. If I do that, Arya-chan, you'll please believe in me. My sister looked into my eyes, and though she hesitated, she nodded and prepared herself. I faced the Black Widow that was attacking again and blasted it back with fire magic and body reinforcement. Sister. Got it, Firestorm. My sister's spell shot toward my back. At the same time, I focused my consciousness on Ruskdite. Magic is an image, and that's no exception for rare drops. No matter how powerful a rare drop is, if its abilities are too far removed from the wielder's image of it, or if that image is clumsy, it can't display its true worth. Until now, I hadn't been able to do that, so I would form an image. I would take what had been shapeless since I first held Ruskdite and give it form right here, right now. The image that came to mind was of Burke fighting, a storm of wind wrapped around him. It was a strength I even admired. Even if I couldn't reach that level yet, I wanted to be like that. Ruskdite. Ruskdite glowed in response to my voice. At the same time, the flames that rushed toward me swirled around, as if to consume me. I wrapped my body in the swirling flames. The roaring fire spread from my back and legs, forming wings. I kicked off the ground. The wings of flame roared to life. The fire erupting from my legs scorched the ground, and the wings on my back burned the air around me, turning me into a single meteor. The flame-wreathed blade plunged into the face of the A-tide Black Widow as it tried to dive into the ground. With a single, powerful motion, the blade sliced through the Black Widow's body, burning it to ashes. As the Black Widow turned into a magic stone, the thread of tension snapped, and the strength drained from my body. Ruskdite, in her demonic form, supported me. Hess, so you've learned to wield me to this extent using only your own power. Ruskdite, it is no reward, but you may leave the rest to me. I will help your sister and any other humans I see. Please. With those words, I lost consciousness. And you are. I am the one contracted to Arya, the being you call a rare drop. A rare drop has its own will and body. I was not defeated like the weapons of Burke or that emperor, him. A sudden surge of power made me turn my head. One was the presence of that emperor's lion, and the other. That's on a whole other level, Burke. Even as she said this, a smile played on her lips. The timeline rewinds to before Arya defeated the Black Widow. Burke was holding off Fold, who was rampaging through the castle. Die. Fold, who had grown to a height of nearly 3 meters, was swinging his halberd around like a madman. I deflected the flying debris and fired my crossbow. The bolt struck Fold's arm, but his armor-like skin prevented it from piercing through. Useless. I dodged the sweeping halberd and threw a knife at Fold's face. He turned his head and deflected it with his helmet. Rallia. Fold threw his halberd at me. I jumped over the spinning weapon as it came for my legs, and in my field of vision, I saw Fold, his arm cocked back from the throw. Damn it. I raised a large round shield with both hands just in time to meet Fold's right arm. The arm, made of swollen muscle, hit the shield with the force of a battering ram. Gah! The impact sent me flying through the wall. The force didn't stop there. I broke through the wall and tumbled outside. Gah! The damage from taking a direct hit midair, where I couldn't brace myself, and the strain from using follow, wind for so long made my consciousness threaten to fade. I'll kill you, and Alcyria will be mine. Fold raised the halberd he had retrieved. It was aimed at my head, an unerring strike that was about to come down. Why do I fight? As the halberd descended in what felt like slow motion, a voice echoed in my mind. In my head, I wasn't thinking about the impending crisis, but about the answer to that question. A reason, for the country, to defeat the monster before me. No, I'm not such a good person to fight for such a noble reason. Then for whom? If I had to say, it would be for Arya, because she asked me to lend her my strength, so I would risk my life. Why could I go that far? Why for Arya? I promised I would get stronger and come for her. I remembered the time Arya told me why she was seeking power. That she had cast aside her status, everything, and chosen a difficult path for the sake of her friend. That strength to choose a difficult path of her own free will was what made Arya ask for my help. Ah, I see. Arya asked me for help. Knowing my past, that I had given up and run away from facing those around me, she had acknowledged me and asked for my help. That was something even my brother had never done for me when I was in the kingdom. I wanted someone to rely on me. So I decided. I had already given up and turned my back on it, on my pathetic self who had run away from facing my problems. But when someone with the strength to face their problems head-on, instead of running away, asked for my help, I wouldn't run away anymore. I want to be the strength that supports the back of someone who wishes not to run away. I've been running my whole life. I want to live up to the trust Arya placed in me when she asked for my help. I don't want to run from the expectations of the one person who saw me for who I am. I have to win. I won't let a degenerate like this, who treats Arya like an object, have her. The moment the thoughts in my mind became clear, my vision was dyed white. When I came to, I was standing in a world that was completely white. There was no sign of Fold, no moon floating in the night sky. I was just standing there. When I turned around, I saw the Chaos Crusader I had fought in the Twilight Sword Tomb, the knight in black armor, standing there with his sword in hand. But no, he wasn't the only one. Behind the knight stood many others, all holding weapons. Soldiers in the same armor, a priest holding a mace, an executioner with a large scythe, a person in foreign garb with a curved blade. A diverse group of people in all kinds of equipment stood there, as if to dye the white world black. The knight stepped forward, knelt, and offered the sword he held in both hands. Similarly, the people behind him knelt as well, offering their own weapons. I slowly took the offered sword. The moment I grasped it, a powerful torrent of thoughts flowed into me. We were brought to an end by those we were supposed to protect. That was their regret. Betrayed by those we believed in, our wishes trampled, our dignity ground into the dirt. That was the thought of those who had fought and died, their efforts unrewarded due to irresponsible ideas and malice. And yet, we desire an honorable battle. The torrent of thoughts flowing into me became as calm as a lie. If you fight for what is right, if you see your convictions through to the end, we will offer you our all. I see. Alone once more, I raised the sword I held. I finally understood what this jet black power was. Military regalia deployment. A phrase floated up in my mind. The words to give form to the thoughts engraved in me. The souls of the warriors who met an untimely end fell into the darkness of the abyss. Their accumulated regrets swirled into a pitch-black mire. And yet, those who did not lose their hearts sought honor. Even as they were dyed the black of the abyss, they were the holy warriors of chaos who held onto their noble hearts. The holy army clad in black, Chaos Crusader. The warriors who had vanished into the darkness of an era, headed to the battlefield once more. Section, he got away. She walked down the corridor, which had been sliced open all the way to the ceiling, Justilian slung over my shoulder. The crumbling corridor, along with the rubble, the man's severed arm lay on the ground. To think he could create a wall of monsters and retreat in the same instant. How infuriating. She took a magic item Philia had made from her pocket and touched it to the man's arm. Magic power was drawn from the limb and sealed within the item's crystal. With that done, she picked up the arm and stood. She hadn't been able to capture him alive, but with this recorded magic and the arm itself, she could find evidence of who he had been in contact with. She gritted her teeth at the unexpected strength of her enemies and the number of casualties, but she couldn't stop now. Even if she was eventually stripped of her position as Empress, she had to lance this boil and annihilate them. First, I must deal with the remaining monsters. Just as she was about to move, an immense surge of power stopped her in her tracks. She turned her gaze toward the crumbling wall where the presence originated. A black tornado, so intense it felt as if the night sky itself were falling, was raging. The sheer pressure of the power it unleashed was nothing short of astonishing. Is that Burke? But it hasn't even been a month since he obtained that rare drop. Can it be that he has reached the deployment stage in such a short time? A shiver ran down her spine. It had taken even her more than 5 years to reach that level. Justilian. Victoria listened to the voice of Justilian, which rarely ever communicated its will. The words it spoke made her turn her head back toward the tornado. If that is true, then we must bring him into our country by any means necessary. If what Justilian said was true, then in the near future, that man would gain the power to single-handedly overthrow a nation. Section. The tornado created by the Chaos Crusader sent Fold flying. The swirling vortex instantly condensed, taking on a new form. What emerged was a single suit of full plate armor. It was an amalgamation of countless pieces of wargear, a coat with a forked tail like wings, and a helmet with a sharp visor. From head to toe, it was all clad in gleaming black. What the hell is that? Fold scrambled to his feet, shouting. I ignored him, checking the condition of my left hand as I slowly walked toward him. He arg. Fold, after a moment of fear, swung his halberd. In response, I thrust my left hand forward, and several tower shields materialized between me and the weapon. Gah! The suddenly appearing tower shields stopped Fold's halberd. The moment it was halted, I closed the distance and swung a battle axe up from below, as if to cleave him in two. Gah! The impact sent a line running across Fold's skin. I circled behind the recoiling Fold and struck him with a warhammer. Gah! I leaped on top of the Fold, who was hunched over from the blow to his back, and brought a sword designed to split helmets down on his head, slamming it into the ground. As he tried to get up, I smashed his jaw with a mace. Gah! It may be a powerful ability, but there are ways around it. No matter how much his tough armor reduced the damage, if he was hit with enough force, he would still be thrown off balance. And though his current form had gained a sturdy body, his larger frame and swollen muscles had dulled his movements. In exchange for increased power, his speed had decreased. And no matter how resilient a body is, if it is attacked relentlessly, faster than it can regenerate, the damage will accumulate. Now that I truly understood the Chaos Crusader's abilities, it was possible. I swept his unsteady feet out from under him with a large scythe. As the off-balance fold fell onto his back with a clang, I slammed a crescent axe into his chest, the blade breaking through his skin and sinking deep. Gah! Earthen pillar hammer. Fold roared, and several pillars of earth shot up from the ground around me. I dodged them and jumped up, just as the now standing Fold threw his halberd at me. Day! That's why you're too slow. I used wind step to dodge the approaching halberd, then weaved through the earthen pillars as I dove. A stiletto with no handguard in each hand. I landed on Fold, and at the same time, plunged the stilettos deep into the gaps of his visor into his eyes. Gudja! You are not worthy to see the light. I kicked off the pommels of the stilettos, pushing them in deeper as I jumped back. I looked down at Fold, who had fallen on his back and was now struggling to pull out the embedded blades, and took my stance. The true nature of the Chaos Crusader wasn't to produce weapons. It was to give form to the souls of those who had assimilated with it and turn them into power. Their thoughts, their wishes, their prayers, all resided within the changing weapons. I took all the souls I could at this moment and made them into armor, cladding myself in the power of thousands of warriors. As I fell toward Fold, I wished. A weapon to end this man who was no longer human, a product of his own foolishness. What materialized was a massive blade that had once defeated a Balrog. A greatsword, over 3 meters long, created as a symbol to repel any and all powerful demons. The greatsword's blade pierced the wound made by the crescent axe. The blade tore through his tough skin and heart, then out his back, crucifying Fold to the ground. I leaped back and landed, dispelling the armor, but the greatsword that held Fold remained. No matter how much he regenerated, he couldn't do so with a foreign object inside him. If he could assimilate the Chaos Crusader, it might be a different story, but that was impossible. Og, ga, Gaia. Fold's cries of agony made me question my assumption. No matter how much regenerative ability he had, he shouldn't be able to thrash around with his heart pierced. And yet, he was clawing at his own body, screaming. As he clawed at himself, Fold's body began to wither. The veins all over his body bulged, and as his form shriveled, a single possibility came to mind. Don't tell me you drank an Eval. Eval was a type of healing potion. It was an accidental creation, born from the attempt to artificially create an elixir. Those who drank it would gain a regenerative ability close to immortality, and all of their physical capabilities would be enhanced. However, it came at the cost of the drinker's life force. Within an hour, the drinker would be racked with excruciating pain and hallucinations, their body withering away until not a single drop of blood remained, leaving only a desiccated corpse. Because it granted a moment of immense power in exchange for the rest of one's life and a peaceful death. It was named after a demon and declared a forbidden drug, its manufacturing method destroyed. Having had his heart pierced, Fold's life force was rapidly draining away. His once massive body was now a shadow of its former self, gaunt and thin like a mummy. "No, don't wanna die." The hoarse words he uttered vanished into the void, as if they had never existed. Section 3 days after the attack. Though only a short time had passed, the situation in the Empire had changed considerably. At dawn, Empress Victoria executed Fold's entire clan as traitors plotting to overthrow the state. Furthermore, she commanded the titled knights to round up those who had been under secret investigation for suspicious activities. Analysis of the magic from the man who had targeted the Empress's life revealed that the arrested individuals had provided him with magic items and large sums of money. They, too, were severely punished for treason. With the attempted assassination of the Empress and the attack on the castle, no one could object to the Empress's judgment, and as a result, her faction and authority were further solidified. In any case, the fact that I used you, who had nothing to do with this, does not change. Despite having just dealt with a crisis, the Empress sat in her chair with a dignified air, elegantly sipping from her cup. The table was laden with expensive liquor and snacks, Philia and Arya sat to her left and right, and I was seated opposite her. Your Majesty. It is Victoria. What? The only ones here are you and my sisters. In a public setting, it would be another matter, but this is my private chamber. Therefore, you will call me by my name. And as this is a drinking party, formalities and honorifics are unnecessary. I see. For some reason, I had been guided here by a maid along with Arya, only to find Victoria and Philia waiting for us. So, why did you summon me? As I cut to the chase, Victoria placed her cup down and looked me straight in the eye. There are many reasons, but first, I wish to express my gratitude. You did well to defeat Fold. Had you not, many more knights would have been sacrificed. You saved my precious vassals. I couldn't just stand by and watch. I answered, feeling a little embarrassed. The three of them looked at me with varying smiles. But Victoria's expression quickly returned to its usual sternness. Next, my apology. Due to my own failings, I involved you in the affairs of the Empire and put you in danger. And I am sorry that I ended up using you. No, please don't worry about it. Those words were from the heart. Fold was the only one I was angry at, and by defeating him, I had become able to master the Chaos Crusader. I harbored no ill will toward the Empress or the Empire. I am grateful for your magnanimity, and from here on, I would like to speak in confidence, but I have learned something about the ones who tried to assassinate me. Victoria said this and glanced at Philia, who nodded in return. We examined the helmet he was using, and the person who made it is seriously messed up in the head. It wasn't a rare drop. This is going to get a bit technical. With that, Philia lit a point of magical light on her fingertip and began to draw a diagram in the air. Normally, when you make a magic item, you engrave a line that magic flows through and a point that is the magic formula. Usually, the line is carved into the base material, a weapon, for example, and the point is carved into a magic stone. By combining the two, you get a magic item. You know this much, right, Burkhun? What Philia was describing was the basic process of creating a magic item. Normally, further processing would be done to make the formula semi-permanent, but in my case, I just carved the formula into the magic stone, making it a one-time use item. So, the structure of a rare drop is closer to that of a human. It has the line part, but nothing that corresponds to the point. And the line is incomparably more complex and numerous than that of a magic item. Closer to a human. Humans activate magic through their own will, but magic items activate through the formula carved into the magic stone. In contrast, rare drops activate their abilities in response to the owner's will. That's why I hypothesized that rare drops have a will or a soul. I see. Now back to the helmet. Philia said, drawing a new diagram. This one has a completely different structure from any of those. If I had to describe it, I'd say it's the worst kind of magic item. Her voice was cold, tinged with anger. The worst kind of magic item. That helmet was a mess, but it had a line and a magic stone, but there was no formula carved into the magic stone. What does that mean? Philia continued to draw in the air. It was a diagram with a point in the center, surrounded and connected by a mess of tangled lines. At first glance, it looks like a complete mess, but the line itself forms the magic formula. It's designed to activate when a human's line connects to it, and this is just the part I've managed to analyze so far. In reality, it's several dozen times more complex than this. What? The diagram Philia had drawn was already complex enough to give me a headache just by looking at it. Compared to this, the formulas I could write were like a child's scribbles. This is just a guess based on the parts I could analyze and Fold's condition, but isn't this a formula that transforms the wearer's body into that of the monster the magic stone came from? The monster's body was the magic stone from a Grendel. Correct. You're a silver rank adventurer, after all. I couldn't help but stare at the floating diagram. Philia, too, must have understood just how dangerous an item this was. To be able to create a creature that could easily overwhelm trained knights with just one piece of equipment. If a person was willing to sacrifice a single life for such a result, how many would seek it out? Given the high level of craftsmanship of the seized magic items and the techniques used, it's unlikely that this level of item can be mass-produced. But the ones we're dealing with are more dangerous than I had anticipated. Victoria murmured this, then turned her gaze to Arya and continued. And their hands are undoubtedly reaching into the Rana's theocracy as well. Arya stood up abruptly at those words. Victoria looked at both of us and explained. Their goal is unknown, but what they're after are rare drops. Since they failed to obtain this country's Justilian, their next targets will likely be the theocracy's holy staff and holy sword. That can't be. And that's where you come in, Arya. And you, Burke, I have a request for you. Victoria said this and looked at us with a dignified gaze. I want you to protect Serena in the Rana's theocracy. What? Considering this incident, we must avoid a conflict with the Rana's theocracy over allowing rare drops to fall into their hands. What's more, the upper echelons of that country are very likely connected to them. However, we cannot afford to send our own people, including the titled knights. That was certainly true. The recent attack had been dealt with, but it would take a considerable number of people to rebuild the shaken empire. Burke, I ask you again, lend your strength to Arya in my stead. I'm asking too. Please help Arya-chan. Sister. Victoria and Philia bowed their heads. They were not the empress and magician of an empire, but Arya's sisters. All right, I'll do what I can. When I gave my answer, Philia breathed a sigh of relief, and Victoria looked at me with a serious expression. I thank you, and this is not a reward for accepting our request, but something I must give you. With that prelude, Victoria said something astounding. Burke, in the name of the Empress of the Maldria Empire, I grant you a title. A title for me. Yes. I couldn't help but repeat her words. That was how unbelievable they were. A titled knight was, in the Empire, second only to the Empress in military authority, so much so that some of them held power comparable to a duke. Even if the title itself was only for a single generation, the honor and privileges that came with it were beyond measure. I have already obtained the approval of the other titled knights and the senior vassals. Your proof of the method for obtaining rare drops, which the Empire has researched for years, your assistance in helping Arya obtain a rare drop, and furthermore, your defeat of Fold. Minimizing the damage, the merit and achievements you have brought to the Empire are more than sufficient to warrant a title. Victoria said this and took a sip from her cup to wet her throat. Then, with a slight smile, she looked at me. And as a titled knight, marriage to a member of the imperial family becomes possible. You could marry Arya without anyone raising an objection. Why? I instinctively looked at Arya, who blushed and looked down. That, actually, my sisters kind of cornered me, and I told them about you and Ruskdite. You told them everything. Arya nodded at my question. I couldn't help but sigh and put a hand to my head. Victoria folded her arms and spoke. There is no need to be so concerned. If that is the nature of your relationship with Arya, then I welcome it. And while I am granting you the title and privileges, you need not concern yourself with the duties that come with them. That's very generous of you, but why? For one, the people of the Rana's theocracy are weak to those with money or status. The name of a titled knight is quite well known. And if you are accompanying the princess as her escort, you will need a corresponding status so they don't make any foolish moves. So this is a way to keep them in check. Yes. And for another, I have judged that you are more useful as an adventurer, free to move about, than as a knight bound to the country. And if you get caught up in another troublesome situation, having a backer will make it easier to move, wouldn't it? The more I heard, the better the deal sounded. We had been planning to go and fight with just the two of us, but having the backing of an empire would undoubtedly make things easier. If we were told or forced to do something after we rescued Serena, we could just take the two of them and run to Krangle's. With that decision made, I gave my answer. Understood, I humbly accept. HMPH. Then, as for the title, how about the Knight of the Black Storm? Those who watched your fight said you were like a storm. The Black Storm, yes, I will accept that. When I gave my answer, Victoria rang a small bell. A maid who appeared immediately was given several messages and then dismissed. Well, that's enough of the stiff talk. Burke, tell me your story. My story, you mean? I have a fondness for adventure tales. I would very much like to hear the story of how you survived on that demon continent with nothing but your own strength. Oh, I want to hear that too. Victoria was joined by Philia, who once again exuded a gentle air. I didn't have any particular reason to hide it, so I began to talk, thinking it would be a good accompaniment to the drinks. Arya, who had experienced some of it as an adventurer herself, chimed in with her own stories, and before I knew it, a considerable amount of time had passed as we drank and talked. This is getting bad. I had been sipping at the high-quality liquor, the kind you wouldn't find in a normal tavern, but I was still getting drunk. What happened with Arya had worked out somehow, but there was no guarantee it would happen again. It was getting late, so I should probably let them rest. "Excuse me, I've had a bit too much to drink, so I'll be taking my leave." "Well, you can wait." Just as I was about to leave the room, a hand grabbed my shoulder. When I turned around, Ruscdite pressed her lips to mine and poured what she had been holding in her mouth into mine. Efga! A sensation of intense heat shot through my body, along with the strong liquor that was forced down my throat. When I opened my eyes to the morning sun streaming through the window, I was surrounded by the 3 naked sisters plus the culprit, all sleeping soundly. Section, how did this happen? I held my head in my hands on the bed, which was large enough for 5 people. The cause was undoubtedly the strong liquor Ruscdite had given me, but it was still strange how quickly I had gotten drunk. "What is it? Are you awake?" As I was holding my head, Ruscdite woke up with a yawn. The morning sun illuminated her form, a picturesque sight if not for the current circumstances. "Ruscdite, what did you do to me?" "Yesterday's events? You were about to fall asleep, so I shared some of my spirit with you to get you excited. For me, the flame of lust, it was a simple matter." "What were you thinking?" "Arya is one thing, but these two are a different story. The current empress and the court magician, no less. This was beyond a joke. If this got out, my name would be carved into history as the man who defiled 3 members of the imperial family, or I would be secretly assassinated to hide the truth. Hush, to be able to embrace 4 beautiful females is a man's greatest wish, is it not? That's not the point. And besides, I was made to wait for 4 whole days, even though we were in a situation where we could have sex. Is it wrong for me to demand the essence I have been patient for?" Ruscdite said this without a hint of remorse, making me hold my head again. Should I have done it with Arya the day before? No, with who knows who watching, I would have been too self-conscious. Uwan. MMMs. Foi. In the midst of my dilemma, the 3 of them woke up. Their eyes met mine, and then the 3 of them looked at each other. Should I say good morning first? Victoria's cheeks, which usually held a dignified air, were stained red. Section. Well, as I said yesterday, there are no institutional problems. Victoria, having cleansed herself in the shower in her private chambers, was the first to speak. However, for 3 members of the imperial family to have shared a man on the same day, it will inevitably attract resentment and jealousy. For my part, I would like to avoid that for now. What Victoria said was reasonable. For just one person of such high standing to take a spouse would be cause for comment, but for 3 of them to do so would be outrageous. Therefore, we will keep this matter a secret for now. Whether or not to make it public will be decided after you have brought Serena back and we have dealt with this whole mess. Thank you very much. Do not thank me. Even if it was at a drinking party, it was my decision to be held by you. Ahaha, hearing about it and actually doing it are 2 different things. I understand how difficult it must be for Arya-chan now. Sister, to be accepted for something that would normally have me beheaded, is this really happening? I couldn't help but suspect, but the vivid memory of the 4 disheveled figures made it clear that the means of escape had been swiftly crushed. So, Burke, when do you plan to head to the theocracy? The original plan was to head there directly, so if we can leave, then as soon as possible. I see. In that case, take this with you. Victoria said this and handed me a scroll tube and a dagger in a crimson sheath. The dagger was adorned with a lion ornament wrought in gold. This is the letter of appointment proving you are the Knight of the Black Storm, and a dagger imbued with my magic and that of Justilian. It is an impossible item to forge, so you may use it to prove your identity. Thank you. Is there anything else you need? If you need a horse, I can arrange for one. That won't be necessary, I have something in mind. When I explained what that something was, Victoria nodded with a ho. Philia's eyes lit up, and Arya just shrugged her shoulders as if she was past being surprised. Section, Arya, are you ready? Yep, all set. Arya, dressed in traveling clothes, replied to my question. In the back gate of the Imperial Castle, which had been cleared of people, I held the Chaos Crusader in its sword form and focused my consciousness. Come Garma. In response to my voice, darkness erupted from the Chaos Crusader. The darkness immediately took shape, transforming into a massive warhorse clad in jet black armor. Wow, 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 not just weapons, but living creatures too, or is a horse also counted as a weapon? Or maybe it's in a different category. Philia, who had come to see us off, was furiously scribbling something on a piece of paper. Her appearance was less like a princess and more like a crazed craftsman. Arya, our enemy is an unknown quantity. I know you'll be fine, but don't be reckless. Yeah, I'm off, Sister Victoria. After saying her goodbyes to Victoria, Arya and I mounted Garma. I took Garma's reins and gave the command. The horse let out a neigh and galloped off. Is it okay, not saying anything to Philia? Ahaha, Sister Philia can't hear anything when she's like that. And are you okay with it, Arya? With me, doing that with your sisters? I'm not saying I don't have any thoughts about it, but it's a fact that my sisters helped me, and besides, you wouldn't treat me poorly even if you were with other women, would you? Of course not. Then that's fine. But if you do treat me poorly, I won't forgive you. I'll keep that in mind. For my own sake, too, I had to cherish Arya. As we galloped along the road to the theocracy, I made that vow in my heart. Section. They're gone. As soon as Burke and Arya were out of sight, Victoria turned on her heel and headed back to the castle. On her way, she grabbed Philia, who was still engrossed in her writing, by the scruff of her neck and dragged her along. Wait, sister, just a little more. Right in your workshop. And you haven't finished installing all the new security wards, have you? Okay, and also, what is it? Well, I was just a little surprised. I mean, for you to be so proactive, sister, even though you're so attractive. I was surprised that you would put your body on the line. Philia's words were, of course, a reference to the fact that she had rarely shown her feminine side in her life as Empress. It was a natural question. Considering what Arya told us and what he's been through, I judged that this was the best course of action. What do you mean by that? With his abilities, he could have established a solid position and reputation as an adventurer on the Grusio continent, but he chose to throw that away to help Arya. Furthermore, even when he was offered a title, he only accepted it because he judged it would be helpful to Arya, not because he coveted the privileges that came with it. As an empress, she was able to read the thoughts of those she faced, to some extent, and most of them would not refuse if they were offered money and status through legitimate means. But Burke was different. The man didn't seem to want money or status. The only thing she sensed from him before the uproar with Fold was an air of wanting to get this troublesome business over with. And the only reason he lent his strength was because he had grown fond of Arya. Nothing more. That's why I judged that the best way to handle him was not to offer him power or wealth, but to appeal to his emotions. I see. Because there was a slight connection to me as Arya's family, and he'd seen me as a woman, and in any form he had to welcome me into our family. It was only a matter of time before the Belga kingdom learned of Burke's new title and his accomplishments, in which case it would be better for them to deliver the news themselves before they could gather their own information. But I never thought you'd join in, Philia. Ahaha, well, after hearing what Arya-chan had to say, I got interested. And besides, with that, Philia took a small vial from her pocket. Inside was a small amount of red liquid. Is that Burke's blood? That's right, I sneakily got some while they were doing it yesterday. Philia held the vial up, her eyes shining with curiosity as she spoke. A congenital magical body enhancement, where the body activates the enhancement from birth. Furthermore, he's the owner of a rare drop with a clearly different tendency from Justilian, and his personality isn't twisted as a research subject, and as a sire, there's no better partner. So you want Burke for a different reason. Ahaha, well, I got permission from Arya-chan, and I thought you'd be thinking of him for the line of succession, sister. HMPH. She didn't answer Philia's question, but in her mind, she was considering how to bring Burke into her fold. Even if she had given him a title and status, the possibility that the Belga kingdom would try to scheme to get him back was not zero. I should probably make the first move here. I must be grateful that I was unable to tie Burke down. Thanks to that, I have met a man worthy of being the father of the next emperor. I would not give him back now. With that renewed determination, I began to act. Section. While I was discussing administrative matters with the King of Belga, a dispatch arrived from the Empire with a document that meant something important. Those were the first words from the king after he read it. Thinking it was unusual for him to rub his eyes and reread a document, I looked on, and the king opened his mouth, looking at me. "Bador, listen carefully." "What is it?" "Your younger brother has become a titled knight in the Empire and is now engaged to the third princess." "What?" The same word escaped the king's lips. The statement was so shocking that the documents he had been holding fluttered from his hand and danced across the desk. He took the dispatch from the king and read it over. In summary, it said, "The adventurer Burke has rescued Alceria from the Grusio continent, and, in addition to his great contributions to the research our country has been conducting, has defeated the ringleader of the recent attack on our castle. His achievements are worthy of the title Knight of the Black Storm. Furthermore, considering that he and Alceria are in love, we will be holding their wedding as soon as preparations are complete. In addition, we would like to share information regarding the attackers and hope to arrange a meeting in the near future." This can't be. After reading it, I was stunned into silence. The contents of a single sheet of paper were enough to make my mind go blank for a few seconds, but I quickly gathered my thoughts and began to process the information. "Bador, there are too many things to be concerned about, but what's important is the attackers and the research Maldria was conducting, yes. Indeed, especially what Maldria has been pushing for. The Imperial Arm Justilian, related to the legends of rare drops, I presume. This had been rumored for quite some time, that the Imperial Arm passed down through the Maldrian emperors was a rare drop, and that the Empire was conducting research on them. If Selk had contributed to that research, in what way? Your Majesty, may I have 3 days? Can you gather what you need in 3 days? I will certainly find corroborating evidence. In the meantime, would your Majesty be so kind as to summon an emergency meeting of the senior civil and military officials? Very well, and even so. To be able to move that empress, your younger brother is a fearsome one indeed. My humble apologies." I bowed and left the office. First, I would gather information through the various guilds, and then I would use a separate channel from Duke Bragia to investigate the recent movements in Maldria. In addition, I had to gather information from every possible source and confirm its accuracy. To move not just the princess, but the empress as well, that was unexpected, Selk. I couldn't help but murmur at my brother's unforeseen actions. The sheer volume of information I had gathered was, as expected, enough to give me a stomach ache. Section 3 days later, I stood next to the king in a hall where the most influential figures of the Belga kingdom had gathered. After confirming that everyone was present, I began the meeting. "Thank you for answering my sudden summons. I, Bador Grantos, will be presiding over this meeting." As I looked around at the Knight Commander, the Magic Division Commander, the Magic Research Director, and the nobles led by the Duke, I explained the contents of the dispatch from the Empire and the information I had spent the last 3 days frantically gathering. The reactions of all but the king and the Duke were ones of utter astonishment. So the Empire is. Their contributions to long-standing research, and considering the information I have gathered on Selk, it is reasonable to assume that Selk and Princess Alceria have obtained a rare drop and the method to acquire it. But are rare drops not the stuff of legend? Can you say with certainty that they are not? Justilian alone possesses a power that our country's magic items, even when combined, cannot match. If the Empire, which has studied it for years, is willing to acknowledge the achievements of a foreigner, then it is not unreasonable to assume they have brought back the real thing. The research director fell silent at my words. Then the Knight Commander, who had been quietly reading through the documents, spoke up. "So the Empire possesses at least 2, and if we include the one Princess Alceria has, 3 rare drops. And according to this report, one of them is in the possession of Sir Selk, and the other belongs to Princess Alceria. To draw Sir Selk to their side, they have given him a title and the princess, a very shrewd move indeed. Knight Commander, do you understand the gravity of this situation? To put it simply, the Empire now possesses 3 times the military might." One of the nobles slammed his hand on the table and glared. The Knight Commander sighed and turned his gaze to him. "Then what do you propose we do?" "It is decided. We will bring him back. He was originally a noble of our country, so even if he is given a title, that power should be wielded for the sake of our nation. And if we analyze the rare drop he possesses, our country's magical technology and knowledge will advance even further. That would be impossible. The Knight Commander cut off the noble's impassioned speech and turned his gaze to me. "May I speak?" his eyes asked. I nodded, and he placed the documents down and began to speak. "A sudden question for you all, sirs. Between one who takes your diligent work and accomplishments for granted and one who says, 'Well done, thank you,' for which would you be more willing to work?" The Knight Commander then turned his gaze to the nobles. Why the latter, of course. That is my answer to your earlier statement." The Knight Commander replied to the noble's answer. Several of the nobles looked as if they had been struck by a realization. I have looked into him since he left the country, and his academic performance can be considered excellent. There is nothing particularly outstanding about it, but he has maintained better grades than the average student, and he has had far more lessons than the other students. That's right, Selk and I received the same education. It wasn't just the arithmetic and etiquette taught at the academy. He had also been taught a wide range of subjects, from the history and culture of other countries, mainly the empire, to the precepts known by the priests of the Rana's church. While I had been taught a curriculum several years ahead of schedule, which was tailored to my abilities, Selk had been forced to study subjects outside the academy's scope, which had taken up a considerable amount of his time. To be able to maintain a high rank under those circumstances was, in itself, a sign of his excellence. And yet, his reputation is terrible. Not just the students, but even the teachers around him have consistently underrated him. If I were in his shoes, I would have no desire to work for such people. But if he is a noble, then even so. Then are you capable of doing so? What? In any field, you are constantly expected to be perfect. Your every flaw is pointed out, even by those with less ability than you. You are looked down upon, and no matter how much effort you put in or what results you achieve, you are not rewarded. Could you fulfill your duties in such an environment? The noble who had spoken up fell silent. The other nobles around him either looked away or fell silent as well. I, too, love this country, and I am prepared to risk my life for its people. But that is because I receive a corresponding evaluation and reward from the people, from those around me, and above all, from His Majesty. Can you say that you would be able to do the same in the environment he was in? They couldn't. The nobles, their faces betraying those words, fell silent. The Knight Commander pressed his advantage. "And you say you will bring him back, but how do you propose to do so?" By persuading him. After having had nothing to do with him until now, you would suddenly ask him to come back, now that he has a rare drop in his hands. I would not like to think that there are people in this country who would do something so shameless. And considering the circumstances under which he left the country, it would be a very poor move indeed. If we fail, we risk his wrath, and given that the man who now has the power to rival the Lion Empress Victoria herself is our enemy, are you saying you are prepared for that? At the Knight Commander's words, the faces of most of the attendees turned pale. It was only to be expected. Victoria Lishmaldria, the empress who had succeeded the previous emperor, who had passed away from illness 5 years ago. The pinnacle of the Lion country, a woman who had single-handedly quelled a monster stampede that would have normally required the entire Knight Order, one of the most formidable women on the Hume continent. To fight against Selk, a man whom that same woman had recognized for his strength and achievements and granted a title and a princess, was to invite a war with the Empire. The noble who had suggested bringing him back finally seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. I, too, have judged that it is impossible to bring him back. Duke Bragia. He has lived in that Grusio continent for 2 years, and upon arriving in the Empire, was appointed a titled knight with the authority to command the army in the Emperor's stead in a mere 4 days. To make a clumsy move now would risk a war with the Empire. The risk of us making a move is far too great. At the words of Duke Bragia, the head of the noble faction, the other nobles fell silent. Then, several of them turned their gazes to me. As his brother, couldn't you persuade him? Is what they were likely thinking, but my answer was already decided. I, too, am against persuading Selk to return. Indeed, and your reasons? There are 2 main reasons. One is that Selk is currently away from the Empire as Princess Alciria's escort, and we do not know where he is or when he will return. So direct negotiations with him are impossible at the moment. The other is that the group that attacked the Empress is very likely to have infiltrated our country as well. My words elicited various reactions from those present. I spoke in detail, taking care not to let them notice I was observing them. The ones who attacked the Empress are said to have used a rare drop in addition to an unknown magic item. The attacker posed as a merchant and used an accomplice to get close to the castle's staff. There is an accomplice among us. At the very least, I have come here today having judged that everyone present is in the clear. However, the problem is that there are people in our country with the power to attack even that Empress. To leave this matter unattended would be, I believe, a grave mistake. But it is difficult to say, but is there not a possibility that your brother might come for revenge? If he wanted revenge, he would come straight for us, not go through the Empire. Selk, as he is now, has the power to take on an entire country. He is not the type to involve innocent people. Wrong, Selk would try to do it all himself. He would never start a war that would involve a large number of people. It seems a conclusion has been reached. The king said, bringing the meeting to a close. And then he announced his decision. Until the details of this matter and our own internal troubles are resolved, contact with Selk Grantos is forbidden. A new policy will be decided after the talks with the Empire are concluded. Refrain from any rash actions. Is that clear? At the king's words, everyone bowed their heads. Section, thank you for your assistance earlier, Knight Commander. After the meeting was adjourned and the nobles had left the castle, I expressed my gratitude to Knight Commander Brahms Valent. I had asked him beforehand not to speak out, as my defending Selk would be seen as favoritism, and he had readily agreed. Think nothing of it. Besides, I personally dislike those with a bias against the noble faction. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak my mind. Those with a bias have lost a great deal of their influence thanks to Selk's accomplishments, though. That's right, the news that Selk had been recognized as a titled knight had spread throughout the kingdom. Furthermore, word of his activities as a silver-rank adventurer on the Grusio continent had also spread. And now the majority of the kingdom, especially those in the military, lamented the fact that such a talent had been lost to another country. The academy at that time truly made a regrettable mistake. If he had joined the Knight Order, he and my son, Lackle, would have become fine knights who could learn from each other. Sir Lackle, I hear he is currently on a mission to subjugate monsters as part of his martial training. Yes, I have received reports that he is working hard. To be honest, my son was quite down when your brother left the country. Is that so? To my son, your brother was a rival he did not want to lose to, and a goal to strive for. That is why he regretted not noticing that he had been driven into a corner when he left the country. Is that what happened? So, well, as a father, I felt that the current state of our country, which had driven my son's few friends away, needed to be corrected. And that is why I am more than willing to cooperate. Knight Commander Brahms said with a smile. In his eyes, I could see the strong will of a father and a knight commander. So, Lord Bador, have you found any leads? Yes, those who reacted to the words attacker and merchant at that meeting. The faces of all those who might be accomplices, I have memorized them all. The leads were the ones suspected of colluding with the merchant who had attacked the Empire. At the stage where I had said they were in the clear, I hadn't actually identified any accomplices. That was why I had observed the reactions of those present, to see if they showed any suspicious behavior when they thought the suspicion was off them. And I had memorized all of those who had. Knight Commander, I will try to handle this as much as possible on my own, but if the time comes, I may need to ask for your forceful assistance. By all means. Rather, please make good use of us. I nodded at the Knight Commander's encouraging reply and began to act. As a marquis of this country, and to prevent anyone from interfering with Selk as he walked his own path, I renewed my resolve. Section, one after another. I murmured, rubbing my temples in my office. The sheer number of problems, both domestic and foreign, was starting to get to me. To think the situation would change so much in 2 years, and more than anything, I can no longer call him a boy. Of the many issues that had been brought to light, the one that affected the ducal house the most was that of Selk. The ducal house, which had been one of the reasons for driving away a man who had been given the position of a titled knight, a high-ranking military post in the empire, and the hand of a princess, was in a difficult position. Derja, who had turned 17, had yet to find a fiancé since then. The political landscape of the nobility had changed drastically due to Badr's purge 2 years ago, and any man of suitable status in the country was already engaged or married. Should I have dissolved the engagement? Derja had also become noticeably withdrawn since then, and she was not actively searching for a fiancé. She still regretted driving Selk away 2 years later. At worst, I will have to find a partner in the empire. If she cannot recover on her own, then I have no choice but to help her. The next thing to consider was the merchant in question. To tell the truth, a man who seemed to be that merchant had visited the ducal house. At that time, I had my retainers deal with him and send him away, and he had not come back since, but that was only within the scope of what I knew. There was a good chance he had been secretly in contact with my retainers or the people of my domain. I must investigate once more. The sheer number of things that needed to be done and the constantly changing situation hinted at a dark cloud on the horizon. I was tired enough to have such gloomy thoughts. That was why, even though the door to the office hadn't closed with a bang when it was entered, Derja, who had been passing by, had heard the Duke's murmur without him noticing. Because of me. Back in her room, she looked up at the night sky from her balcony and thought, I can't go on like this. I have to stand up, I have to stop cowering, her heart cried out. But every time, the heartless words she had hurled at her fiancé at Selk came back to her vividly, and the fear that she would do the same thing again made her feet freeze. I was so weak. News of Selk had reached her, that he had risen to the rank of a silver rank adventurer, that he had saved an imperial princess, that he had been recognized by the emperor and given a title, and that he had become the princess's fiancé. You're moving forward on your own path. You've become so strong, haven't you? So strong that you can stand up and move forward, not cower like me. That was the person she had driven away. A fiancé, yet she had not been by his side, but had continued to hurt him with the things he hated most. I want to apologize. If I can, I want to start over. Even knowing it's impossible, I can't help but wish for it. I hate my weak self and I can't stand it. I should probably go to bed. She changed into her nightgown and got into bed, clutching a fist-sized crystal carved with a complex pattern. Doing so seemed to ease her anxiety, and she was able to sleep well. A merchant had given it to her, saying it was a prototype and that he would appreciate her feedback if she used it. She had been using it every night since. As her consciousness sank into a deep slumber, the crystal in her hand glowed faintly. Section: a man emerged from the shadows of the tall trees of an undeveloped forest, as if crawling out of them. Good grief, to have so many unexpected things pile up. The one-armed man walked through the trees, leaning on a black staff. The forest was teeming with beasts and monsters, but none seemed to notice him. To think that my plan to acquire 3 rare drops would result in the disposal of a failed creation and the loss of an arm. Well, I should consider myself lucky to have escaped with my life. The blow dealt by Victoria's Justinian was something that no one of this era should have been able to withstand. The fact that he had underestimated his opponent and acted alone was his undoing. He arrived at a place where the trees had been knocked down and a giant had rampaged. In the center of the clearing sat a man on a fallen tree. Around him were magic stones of various sizes, a clear sign of what had happened here. You're late. I had a hard time finding you. You look quite different. Have you started selling your arm as well? Yes, I was undersold by the Empress Victoria. She was stronger than I had anticipated. I see. The man stood up. He picked up a chalk-white sword that had been leaning against a nearby tree and turned to face him. Is she that strong? Then she and her rare drop, I will be the one to do it. All I have to do is head to Maldria, right? No, I would like you to go to the Rana's Theocracy. The Rana's Theocracy, that man is already there. What am I to do now? There are 2 people with rare drops heading to the Rana's Theocracy now. Maldria now only has 1, but the Rana's Theocracy has the one that was originally there, plus 2 more, making a total of 4. I have made arrangements to obtain them, but with the increase in unknown variables, I would like to be fully prepared. The man listened quietly to the one-armed man's story. The one-armed man continued to speak in a flat tone. No matter how successful a creation I give you, there is still a chance you could end up like me. That is why I want you to go. So I am your insurance. Yes. Our goal cannot be achieved without a rare drop, so I would like you to secure at least one. HMPH, very well. But if I go, the Rana's theocracy may be destroyed. I do not mind. Whether you destroy it or he does, that country is already on a path to ruin, one way or another. I see. With that, the man turned and left, a chalk-white sword in his hand. The sunlight filtering through the trees illuminated his chest. There, a Platinum Adventurer's tag swayed. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 3, Those with Karma and Those with Grudges. A week after leaving Maldria. Whoa there. I pulled on the reins to slow down. Thanks to Garma, who was incomparably faster than a normal horse and never tired, we had completed a journey that would normally take 10 days in just over 3. Good work, Garma. Thank you. Arya dismounted and patted Garma, who snorted and lowered his head. It seemed Garma didn't mind being touched by others. After thanking him, Garma's form dissolved and vanished. After confirming this, I turned my gaze to the scenery before me. In a hollow surrounded by mountains stood a city enclosed by an octagonal white wall. Within the walls were houses and churches built of white stone, and in the center stood a grand cathedral that rivaled the imperial castle. Is that Heinlevery, the headquarters of the Rana's Orthodox Church? At first glance, it was a beautiful city, worthy of being called a holy land. But the stories of Arya and the rumors I had heard since I was in the kingdom told a different tale. Let's go. Arya urged me on, her eyes filled with a steely resolve. I nodded and we headed towards Heinlevery. Section, halt. We were stopped by a guard at the gate. Dressed in traveler's clothes with our hoods up, we probably looked like any other traveler from the side. This is the holy land of the Rana's Orthodox Church. You may not enter without showing your faith. And what is this faith? 1 gold coin per person, or an offering of equivalent value. A rip-off, Arya muttered under her breath, just loud enough for me to hear. I honestly wanted to agree with her, but there was no point in arguing here, so I handed over 2 gold coins. Is this sufficient? Not yet, we must inspect your belongings. I believe I have shown my faith. For the sake of public order, we cannot allow those of uncertain identity to pass through unchecked. Is that all? It looked like they were going to strip us of all our belongings, so I showed them the dagger I had received from Victoria. Is that the crest of the Maldria Empire? And a short sword with a golden seal, which is only given to a titled knight. I am here on a personal pilgrimage. I am not using a horse or carriage to avoid unnecessary attention. I gave the reason we had decided on beforehand. To avoid giving away our purpose, protecting Serena, I tried not to mention Arya's name as much as possible. My sincerest apologies, please come in. The guard, his overbearing attitude gone in an instant, bowed his head and gestured for us to enter. Just as Victoria had said, the Rana's theocracy was weak to those with high status. As we passed through the gate, I observed the walls. Up close, I could see that they were not only visually impressive, but also possessed considerable strength and magic resistance. It would be difficult for even me to break through them. Beyond the gate was a well-maintained road, lined with buildings that were mostly 3 stories high. Among them, the church-related buildings were of a better quality and taller than the others, a testament to the theocracy's influence. First, let's find an inn, then we can scout the area. It looks more complicated than I thought. Yeah, we'll need to get a feel for the terrain to make a plan, and we'll need a map so we don't look suspicious. We can't be making notes, so it would be less suspicious if the 2 of us do it. We walked down the street and found an inn with a sign out front. The room was simple but clean, with a small cross, the symbol of the Orthodox Church, hanging on the wall. Burke, about the map I got at the reception. As expected, the area around the Grand Cathedral isn't drawn. Heinlevery had an outer wall and another wall surrounding the Grand Cathedral. Only those in high-ranking positions in the church, bishops, Orthodox knights, and the like, were allowed in, unless they were officially invited. Let's take a look around for now. Arya nodded at my words, and we left the room together. Outside the inn, we saw Orthodox knights patrolling the streets. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. I answered Arya, my hand on the Chaos Crusader at my waist. I felt a faint pulse. The souls that had assimilated with the Chaos Crusader. The Orthodox knights and believers among them seemed to be stirring. Section, we left the inn and walked down the street. As we observed the city, I noticed something. There's no Adventurers Guild. And they sell general goods and food, but no weapons, just farming tools. The shops along the street didn't sell any weapons or armor. The only ones with weapons were the Orthodox knights. Everyone else wore either monastic robes or the work clothes of farmers. Just as we heard, the theocracy's knight order handles monster subjugation and anything an adventurer would do, and everyone else is engaged in agriculture or other industries. It doesn't look like they're treated well. The ones in religious professions were one thing, but the farmers and laborers wore tattered clothes, and their expressions were clouded. Then Ruskdite, still in her sword form, spoke in a voice only Arya and I could hear. Do you notice it? Hi. I feel a strange magic from those clad in armor. Isn't it the magic from their magic items? The equipment of the Orthodox knights was of the highest quality, enchanted with magic. It was only natural that it would have more magic than the commercially available items. But of course, it was natural for the magic to be stronger. How should I put it? A strange magic, like a stain on a finished painting or an insect on one's skin. It is insignificant, and yet that is why it stands out. Do you know where that magic is coming from? That's it, the red stone they have hanging around their necks. I looked at the knights' necks, trying not to be noticed, and saw a cross hanging from a string, swaying. It was different from the one in the inn. A small red stone was embedded in the center of the cross. Do you know what it is? I can't tell just by looking, but from the amount of magic it contains, I don't think it's a complex enchantment. For Ruskdite, a high-ranking demon, to bring it to our attention, we had to be on our guard. The contrast between the beautiful, white city and the dark shadows that lurked within seemed to be a premonition of what was to come. Section, I don't know what the purpose is, but because of it, the world will end. The land, the sea, the sky, all life will be destroyed by that white something. Not even an army of 10,000 can stand against it. Not even an emperor with a lion can defeat it. There is no one who can stand against that overwhelming existence. But if there is a way to resist... I woke up and sat up at the same time. Wiping the sweat from my skin, I saw the morning light streaming in through the window. I reached out and touched the holy staff, Truthier, which was leaning against my bed, as if it had been carved from a single piece of aquamarine crystal, and fell into thought. It was about the dream I had just seen. The cycle is shortening, the white destruction is approaching. That dream was a vision I had seen the moment I first held this staff. A vision of the worst possible future, in which this world would be destroyed by a terrifyingly powerful and fearsome being. The staff conveyed its will to me through my hand. It was something I had been waiting for since I came to this country. So, you've finally come. Immediately after the vision of destruction had been burned into my mind, the staff had told me of a way to resist that terrible future, and that it would one day appear in this very theocracy. The black storm that will shatter the white destruction. My murmur was met with a brief flash from the staff, as if in agreement. Before anyone came, I finished my preparations and began to move. Section. Around the time Burke and his companions arrived in the theocracy, in a room in a fortress along the border of the Belga Kingdom and the Maldria Empire, the leaders of the two nations faced each other across a table. On one side was Empress Victoria, accompanied by a knight in scarlet and another in deep green. On the other was King Alban Belga, with Duke Bragia and Bador at his side. First, let me express my gratitude and apologies for having you come to such a remote place. Victoria. Unnecessary. In fact, I should be the one to thank you for arranging this meeting so quickly. As Victoria said this, she gestured with her hand, and the knight in deep green placed a magic item and a bound were placed. This is a summary of what we have found so far, and the magical signature of my attacker. Please take a look. Bador and the others took the bundle of papers and began to read. With every turn of the page, the unfathomable nature of the enemy deepened, and the only thing that became clear was that their true identity and scale were still unknown. I had expected this, but they have already taken root in the heart of our country. Yes, by the time I noticed their movements, it was already too late. We have dealt with most of them in this recent incident, but we have not been able to eradicate them completely. Victoria, I ask you, as you have faced them directly, what do you believe their goal to be? With this much scale and power, a coup d'etat should be possible. So why would they target the Maldria Empire? the most difficult country on the Hume continent to topple, why Victoria? This is only speculation, but I believe their goal in our country was to obtain a rare drop. The Empire. Or rather, their goal is the development and mass production of weapons that rival rare drops. Mass production, you say? It is what my court magician has reported. To create something new, you need two things: a reference and an environment in which to test it. And the more references you have, the better. So they are trying to obtain rare drops to use as samples, and the merchants are distributing magic items as a trial run for their prototypes. Is that it? A silence fell over the room at Batter's words. It was a possibility that everyone present had considered. One of the reasons the Empire was renowned as a powerful nation was because of Victoria's overwhelming strength. That absolute power was both a spiritual foundation for the people, giving them the sense that, as long as she is here, we are safe, and a mental shackle, making them feel that we cannot defeat her, thus unifying the country. But what if someone were to obtain a power that rivaled a rare drop? A power that could shake the foundations of that absolute authority. If that power were to fall into many hands, it would be wielded for various reasons. The sparks of conflict that would be born from that would not be limited to the Empire, but would engulf the entire Hume continent in a war. I had expected this, but it is more troublesome than I thought. And if they are targeting rare drops, then the theocracy's sacred treasures would also be a target, would they not? However, even if we know that, we do not have the time or the forces to send to the theocracy. Heinlevery, the capital of the theocracy, was far from both the Empire and the kingdom. It would take 10 days by horse, and more than 2 weeks to send a large number of troops. Moreover, a group with the power to attack Victoria was currently lurking within their own country. It was simply not possible for them to spare the forces to send to the theocracy. Rest assured, I would not say that, but we have already taken measures regarding the theocracy. I have sent our best fighting force, aside from myself, to the theocracy. At the very least, it will not be a situation where all of their sacred treasures are stolen. The best fighting force, you don't mean? At Victoria's words, Batter's expression changed as he realized something. Victoria, for the first time, broke her usual iron mask and smiled. I have sent the night that we discovered Burke and Alceria to the theocracy. Section, I never thought I would hear his name here. Duke Bragia said in the carriage on the way back to the capital, after the talks had concluded. Indeed, I too did not expect to learn of his whereabouts in such a way. But are you sure it will be all right? The possibility that the theocracy has already fallen into their hands is quite high. That is precisely why. After organizing the information he had received from the Empress in his head, Bator answered Duke Bragia's question. Selk and Princess Alceria as well have been active as adventurers on the Demon Continent. It would be easier for just the two of them to escape a tight spot than it would be for them to lead a large army. I see. There are other reasons as well, but what surprised me was how much the Empress values Selk. At those words, the king and the duke turned their faces to him. He nodded in response to their unspoken question and began to explain. The night that we discovered, normally, she would have said the night my sister recognized, or the night I recognized. MMMs. And Selk is Princess Alceria's fiancé. To say we discovered should have meant my sister did, but the Empress said we. Are you saying the Empire is planning to bring your brother into the fold as a whole royal family? Most likely, the engagement is a preliminary step to avoid friction when making him a royal consort. And more than anything, the words the Empress had said to him just as he was leaving, in a voice only he could hear, had cemented that idea. I'm counting on you for the long haul, brother-in-law. He had turned to question her, but she had already walked away. He knew what she had meant. That Empress was serious about making Selk her own. For the Empress to desire Selk that much is something I had not expected. But thanks to that, our relationship with the Empire will be stable for some time. Yes, and what's more? The king nodded, then spoke his thoughts in a voice full of emotion. To see that Victoria seek a man, I couldn't have imagined it in a million years. Indeed, my brother had grown far beyond my expectations. Section, as expected, there are no openings, it seems. I walked near the wall surrounding the Grand Cathedral and saw that the smooth surface of the wall would prevent anyone from climbing it, and the only entrance was guarded by knights. I could probably use the Chaos Crusaders' power to fly over the wall, but there seemed to be security magic items installed on top of it, and I would likely be noticed by the knights the moment I tried. Even if I did get over, I still didn't know where the saint was. Even if I did meet her, it would be difficult for me, a complete stranger, to get her to come with me. Should we head back to the inn for now? Yeah, we need to come up with a plan, whether we negotiate with our identities revealed or try to sneak in. As we headed back to the inn, my mind raced with what to do next. The straightforward approach would be to reveal our identities and negotiate. But with the past grudges between the Empire and the theocracy, it was highly likely that they would either feign ignorance or drag things out. If we snuck in, we would be in trouble if we were caught and it caused a commotion. And most importantly, I had never met the saint before, so it would be impossible for me to do it alone. If we were to sneak in and meet her, Arya would have to come with me, but if we were caught, it would be a messy situation either way. If my brother were here, he'd probably be able to come up with a better plans. You there, that's enough. A sudden shout interrupted my thoughts. I looked over and saw a woman crouching at the feet of some knights, as if she were prostrating herself. In her arms, she held a child with a pale face. Please, I beg you, let me see the saint. The saint is a busy person. If you need treatment, you should ask a doctor or a priest in the city. I've been to all of them, but they all turned me away, saying they couldn't do anything. If the saint can't cure him, then no one can. Please, I'm begging you. My son has no one else to rely on. Then it must have been his own fault for getting into such a state. Do you think we can spare the saint's time for such a person? The knight who had shouted drew his sword and pointed the tip at the mother and child. If both the doctors and the priests have given up on him, then I will put him out of his misery. The raised sword glinted in the sunlight. Just as it was about to swing down, I ran in and blocked the descending blade with my own black sword. That's quite a noble assertion you're making. I parried the sword and turned to see the surrounding knights taking their stances. I gestured for Arya to take the mother and child and step back, and then I faced the knights. You dare to raise a blade against us? The trials and tribulations of this world are a test from the Lord. Faith is not to kneel before the trial, but to resist it. I murmured a passage from the Orthodox scriptures to the knights. Some of them looked puzzled, but about half of them scowled. Do you, Orthodox knights who serve God, have the right to harm those who would resist a trial, and to say with a straight face that it is the right thing to do? Having a passage from their own scriptures thrown at them seemed to have made it difficult for the knights to take a strong stance. Just as I thought we were in for a standoff, where neither side was willing to back down. It's all right now. A bell-like voice echoed through the area. I and Arya turned around to see a woman in a hood, standing beside the mother and child. One of her hands held a staff that looked like it had been carved from a crystal, and her other hand was touching the child's cheek. The wound is closed, but the poison remains in his body. It seems to have spread throughout his entire system. The hand on his cheek glowed faintly. A translucent water enveloped the child's body, and a black, mist-like substance emerged from him and dissipated. He should wake up soon. When he does, please give him something nutritious and easy on his body. Thank you, Saint Sama, thank you so much. How can I ever repay you? It is not necessary. If you wish to thank someone, then please praise your child for overcoming his trial. After seeing the mother and child off, who were bowing their heads repeatedly, the woman walked past me and stood before the knights, removing her hood. What was revealed beneath was the face of a beautiful young woman. Her skin was as white and translucent as a doll's, her features perfectly arranged, and her shoulder-length silver hair was reminiscent of the moon goddess. Saint Sama. That was the first time I saw the saint, Serena, up close. Why are you in a place like this? I had an appointment to meet a friend. They are friends of mine. The saint said this and glanced at me and Arya. It seemed it would be best to leave this to her. Everyone, please return to your duties. I will speak with my friends and then return to the cathedral. But we cannot leave you alone, Saint Sama. I have the holy staff with me, and so that nothing happens, I trust you will all fulfill your duties to the best of your abilities. I have seen your devotion to your duties just now, have I not? The saint smiled sweetly, but the knights' faces all contorted at once. The knights, who had been told implicitly that she had seen their exchange with the mother and child, exchanged a brief glance and then answered. We understand, please be careful. With a bow, the knights left, The saint then turned to me and Arya. Serena. It's been a while, Arya, and it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. She said with a smile and then asked me. I would like to speak somewhere we can relax. What do you think? Section. First, allow me to introduce myself. Back at the inn, Serena, having removed her hood once more, bowed her head to me. Her gestures were elegant, as befitting a noble. I am Serena Liberta. I am now but a humble saint. I am Burke. I am currently with Arya as the Knight of the Black Storm. The Knight of the Black Storm, you were granted a title. Yes, by Sister Victoria herself. That is amazing. You don't look much older than me, and yet you are. Talking to her, she gave a different impression than what I had expected from her initial aura and the stories I had heard. She didn't brandish her position or authority as a saint, and for now, there were no signs of conflict with Arya. The conversation was so lively that I was almost taken aback. To be honest, I never thought I would see you so soon, Serena. Me too. I was surprised when I saw you, Arya, but given the circumstances, so I would like to say it again. With that, Serena bowed her head deeply. Arya was a little flustered by her sudden action. I'm sorry for what I said back then. I've regretted it ever since, even though I couldn't come to apologize, but I had to come to this country, no matter what. Serena, what happened to you back then? You seemed to be in a hurry when you got the holy staff. Yes, I'll tell you everything about what happened after I got this staff, and the reason I came to this country. Serena held up the staff in her hand. The tip of the staff, which looked like it had been carved from a blue crystal, was sculpted into the form of a woman with wings, and it was emitting a faint glow. The holy staff, Truthier, can do many things with water as a medium. The fact that it can purify and heal the body of poisons and illnesses is known even in the theocracy. But its true ability is future sight. Future sight? You mean you can see everything that will happen in the future? Serena shook her head at my question and continued her explanation. I can't see everything. What I can see are the most immediate events that will happen to me and the worst possible future for this world. The worst future. Serena nodded grimly and answered, her grip on the staff tightening. If things continue as they are, this world will be destroyed by an immensely powerful being, the White Destruction. The world will be destroyed. I couldn't help but repeat her words. The statement was so unbelievable, but I couldn't sense any exaggeration or anxiety in Serena's demeanor. That is what I saw when I first held this staff. I couldn't make out its form, but I saw a white something swallowing this entire world. A white something. Is it a monster? Or is some kind of natural disaster or something going to happen? I don't know, but it had a clear will to trample the world. And I was certain that it was a far more powerful and terrifying existence than any monster. Like a demon lord or an evil god from a story. Yes, to use an analogy, the White Destruction would be an appropriate one. If what you say is true, Serena, then why didn't you tell Sister Victoria? Even if others didn't believe you, my sister, who knows the power of rare drops better than anyone, would have listened. At Arya's question, Serena's expression clouded over. She was silent for a moment, then, as if she had made up her mind, she opened her mouth. We can't win. Huh. Even with someone as strong as Victoria-sama, who wields Justilian, we cannot defeat the White Destruction. It is not a matter of being strong or weak, but a fundamentally different kind of existence. My sister can't win. Arya murmured, dumbfounded. I could understand her feelings. Victoria was, without a doubt, one of the strongest people I had ever met. To say that even she couldn't win was to say that there was no one who could, a being on the level of a god. Then why come to the theocracy? If it's such an existence, then there's nothing we can do, is there? No, there is one thing. Serena said, looking at me. Truthier didn't just show me that. The worst possible future and a way to resist the White Destruction. I came to the theocracy to find that being of resistance. A being of resistance, and did you find it? Yes, I did. At Serena's words, Arya and I were taken aback. From what she had said, it didn't seem like there was any way to resist the White Destruction. What is the means of resistance? Is it a holy sword passed down in the theocracy, or something? What I saw was a storm. A figure standing at the center of a black storm that would shatter the White Destruction that was covering the world. Serena said, taking a step forward. Her gaze was fixed on me. For 6 long years, I have watched the end of the world, and yet I have continued to wait, believing in the hope I saw at the very end. And now, seeing it with my own eyes, I am certain, Bergson, you are the one. Serena's eyes were moist, as if she had finally found what she had been searching for. The Chaos Crusader, you, who harbor the army of the Black Storm in your body, are the one who can resist the white destruction. End of Volume 1.